All right. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone. As we're jumping right back in on our game of Civilization 7. We started this game last Friday. We have, of course, a Catherine the Great of Russia continuous test of time civilization where we started in antiquity. And even though we had a little bit of tundra here, we're able to find a little bit more tundra. We have a couple of neighbors with, of course, a very friendly Hatshepsut and a less friendly Xerxes. Hey, JJ. And we're playing on a DD Pangean Islands 6-player map. And the goal today is to explore pretty much the rest of the science game. As you know, there are a bunch of objectives throughout the tech tree when it comes to winning a new science victory. And if I pull up our scientific victory screen, you'll see we are, of course, in the lead here, where we have 31 out of 100 points. These are points, they are called innovation points. And the way to win the game is to have a operational spaceport to get to 100 points. The points come from a variety of different ways. Of course, the biggest one being the launching the Earth satellite or doing the manned Earth space project at the end of the game. But there's actually several projects throughout the entire tech tree. In terms of the first era, we were able to chart the stars as well as measure the spherical Earth as two big capstone projects. Let me see if I can find where our points are from. We got points from codices in the previous age. We have points from Chart the Stars. We have points from Unique Civics. They also gave innovation points. The Spherical Earth Project and Building the Great Library. All these give and as well as hitting the Future Tech twice. So you'll notice if you hit Future Tech a lot, you might actually be able to get 100 points before you even do the majority of products in the game. And now I want to look for other ways to find innovation points. You'll see in the tech tree, there's going to be some technologies that provide innovation points, like metal casting 2. This is kind of a little bit of an expansion of our antiquity tech mastery, or hitting every single tech in the tree. There's also wonders that will give innovation points. You can see here. As well as the actual products themselves. So we have the heliocentric model, the project famously that discovered that the Earth was not the center of the universe, and actually the Earth revolved around the sun, as well as a project for discovering calculus for my my nerds here. 10 innovation points. It also gives you other things like a scientific attribute and 2 siege units. So whether you're whether you're trying to win a scientific victory, or you're trying to defend a scientific... Actually, there's less of a defense of a scientific victory, but maybe if you want to have in your back pocket, being able to pivot to a scientific victory if the other victory conditions aren't going well for you. But you can also just obtain other bonuses, like getting an attribute tree in the scientific tree is always good, or getting catapults, stuff like that. So you just play on PlayStation and mobile, so I wish I could play, but love seeing you and the other creators show me, which I'm looking forward to. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, the workshop being limited to only the Steam players makes sense. It's an interesting limitation, but I'm glad that we can help show you some of the things you look forward to. I'm very, very happy with where a lot of the things that are going in terms of the direction of the update. I gave a lot of feedback in round 1, quite a bit of feedback in round 2. And honestly, round 3, I still have things I want to give feedback for. There's certain things about like the victory conditions and how they feel, as well as the specific triumphs. I think we can get more into detail about how all of these feel between the major triumphs and the minor triumphs and things like that. But overall, I am really, really happy with the direction that Civ 7 is going. So I also want to talk about other ways for us to get innovation points, because I think they're actually very, very important to point out. If I actually look in the cultural tree, you'll find there's a couple of ways to get innovation points. Of course, our science wonders like the House of Wisdom, even though it's in the culture tree, will unlock innovation points. And again, getting more points is just always better, because you'll be able to, if you have enough innovation points, you can actually skip some of the last projects for you to complete in the very end of the tech tree. Like, you don't technically need to launch the Earth satellite before you do the turn countdown for winning the victory condition. If you hit so many things early on, it just turns into a 10-turn countdown. So we'll definitely be looking into that. And of course, there's also a bunch of triumphs that actually start to cross different victory conditions as well. So as you'll assume, if we're trying to win a scientific victory, we should be looking at our scientific triumphs here. I'll even just filter these into the scientific. So you see our major triumphs having 5 non-city center districts with 75 or more yield. That is actually way up from the original 40 for Enlightenment. Discover the heliocentric model and calculus. That, of course, is another project. And then have 7 universities in your empire. These can give us 3 different dedications, like having a specialist limit in the capital, 25% production towards products, as well as a free unlock to academies in antiquity or in modern. Which, that's really important, because what's in academies? Oxford University's at academies, so that's actually a really, really big one. And then, of course, 300 GDP when a project that awards innovation is completed. So you'll notice that this scientific triumph dedication will actually help you win economic victory. Of course, we have other minor triumphs to point out, like first to research gunpowder gets +1 movement on naval units, and first to researching all tech masteries will give you 1 population in all of your cities. But in referencing like how some of these triumphs will actually help other victory conditions, if I look, there's actually a very specific one. Build 2 wonders to create innovation. If you build 2 wonders to provide innovation points, the Great Library being one of them. So I already have one, so all I have to do is build, say, the House of Wisdom. I'll be able to take a dedication that gives me 2 innovation points every time I build a modern age wonder, which is very powerful. Just spamming wonders will give us more innovation points and help us win scientific victory. So that's definitely something I'm very interested in and something I want to look into very, very, very seriously here. So my 3 dedications that I'm probably going to try to pick next age will be the Agenius al-Jazari, the Enlightenment, and on the revolutions of the celestial spheres. The other ones aren't really anything I need to complete this age unless I decide, like, hey, maybe I want +2 settlement limit, or hey, maybe 100% gold toward purchasing grocers. I mean, oh, that's the entire age. That's pretty good. But you'll see, like, of course, there's a military one that helps you with tourism victories. There is a economic one that helps you with domination victories. There's a little bit of crisscross when it comes to the victory conditions, which I actually like to see, because I like having multiple ways to approach the game, different types of victories, and I think that's pretty cool. Of course, there's immediate boost to tourism. There's immediate boosted to Dominion. +1 food on breathtaking tiles. This is actually discovering all natural wonders is something I want to keep eye on. I definitely want to find all the natural wonders. I haven't discovered any. Wow. They're all somewhere else. That's crazy, dude. Wait, this is a... What did we say this was? This is a Pangean Islands, and I haven't found any natural wonders yet. That's insane. I have a lot of... Well, a decent amount of appeal down here. So... Actually, I don't have that many breathtaking tiles. Anyways, that's just one I enjoy doing, so we're going to try to go for it. And anyways, so those are going to be our major goals for this age. And you can see we played a couple of turns at the start of the last age. I'm trying to not do much war this age, but I will, of course, have my military position in a way that if, for instance, Xerxes comes after me, I'll be ready for him. So... my general down here does have the zeal promotion, so I want to keep him in my capital. I could put him in my second city here, but I think being back here for now is just fine. And then let's see what else we got. We got a couple of city-states that are coming on our side. And, of course, in terms of scientific victory, there's going to be a lot of things we're going to do. Culture tree-wise, I already have the inspiration, because I was trying to rush down to the House of Wisdom, because I want to build that as quickly as possible. Now, of course, I'll try to get my production buildings online as quickly as possible. You'll notice I've done something interesting here. The barracks and the blacksmith have lost their adjacencies because they are no longer buildings belonging to this age. However, they do still give their base production yield. And you'll notice they give their full maintenance cost. If I look at my barracks and blacksmith, but I would say 7 production is probably worth the -4 gold and 4 happiness here, at least for the early on. So I'm going to try not to overbuild these buildings, because new to this update is that production buildings no longer increase the production scaling of your next building. So if this city, for instance, has 10 buildings, but 2 of them are production buildings, it will only count as having 8 buildings for the production scaling for the next building. So you would have 8 times 5, like a 40% production boost to the next building, not 50%. And then, you know, have to factor in, is 10% production worth 7 production? There's a little bit of math there. That's trying to give production try to be more in line with how gold buildings don't have gold maintenance and happiness buildings don't have happiness maintenance. Now production buildings no longer have, like, for instance, production maintenance, which I think is pretty cool. I will try to get my other, but notice 7 production, that's not a lot. Like, our sawmill here is already 6. So it's not a huge thing. It's a small thing for me to keep an eye on. At some point, it might be worth overbuilding those buildings, but it's definitely not going to be my priority to overbuild those. I will place down my sawmill. I'll put it right here because I want to have a new quarter next to the capital for adjacencies. Now, you can see we can also start swapping tiles from our other settlements over to our capital. This actually does need to be a decent-sized city, though, so I'm going to just go over here for now. And we're going to start seeing what we can do. The Xerxes, I'm going to try to be more friendly with. Let me see. What do we have? Influence. There's probably independent powers I want to befriend. So we have a cultural one here we're trying to befriend. Ooh, there's an expansionist friendly one over here. There's also villainous. There's a chance that this Kamagui could be killed by Hatshepsut. So I'm going to try to befriend villainous instead. Constantinople is someone to keep an eye on as well. And yeah, so I might want to be allies with Hatshepsut, but I think she's unfriendly with Xerxes. We'll keep an eye on that. There's no real benefit to being allies just yet. Of course, we have this last minute settle down here, which I thought was pretty funny. I will actually quickly buy a scout down here because I do need to continue scouting the rest of the Pangea, because this Pangea is going to be very, very big. And speaking of that, I'll get one more scout here and then start exploring Xerxes' land. Hopefully he'll give me open borders, and he will. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So we got astronomy already. That means I can actually get an admiral very shortly. I also need merchants. So I will quickly buy a merchant. Oh, I can't do that here. Let me just buy a merchant in here. And next turn we might buy a admiral and start reinforcing this little fleet here. Because there are some distant lands here. I don't have to go to distant lands. Remember, our dedications involve doing our city center yields, the projects, having universities, and building wonders. There's no need for me to go to distant lands, but there's no central need. I could completely ignore this if I wanted to. In this game in particular, though, I am quite crowded, and I think selling some distant lands will be fine. Also, the ability to get treasure fleets will help me defend the economic victory, because we are very, very low on GDP. But it's not like a major priority. It's not like a thing that I need to do, which I think is a very, very nice. Also, welcome in Chew, welcome in Bleach, Graham, and everyone else that's been lurking around. Good to have you. If anyone got to see the multiplayer game this evening, or this past weekend, I had a lot of fun. We had a full 8-hour multiplayer game where we really played. We tested the new Victory Conditions in a multiplayer setting, and I gotta say, pretty dang exciting. I'm very, very, very happy with how the game has transitioned. Ooh. Dude, Stubborn's Mound. If I can find a scientific city-state and get monasteries, that would be massive. I think monasteries are still very, very powerful in a game like this. So, all right, let me see. Ooh, I'm going to try to go for the camel settlement first and get those online as quickly as I can. Now, I do, have 2 cities? A little bit of a... I have to remember what I was doing. But of course, we'll start by getting our production online. There actually used to be a resource here. That's gone. So I'm going to start getting my... Let's put my sawmill down here. And then, of course, prioritizing happy tiles. Of course, the charming... Dude, the little bit of free happiness on charming tiles is actually such a big deal. Like, an insanely big deal. Ooh, and we have gristmills unlocked. Unfortunately, I can't pair that with my sawmill. The gristmill still needs to go on a river tile. I think it's unfortunate. I like pairing it with the sawmill. But the observatory is something I could buy or build out as well. Now, the highest... Ooh, and the observatories have adjacencies to mountains now. Sick. Oh, religions. Did I get a religion yet? I do. Oh, sweet. The Salat. All buildings receive happiness adjacency with temples. I picked that belief because it actually doesn't require you to have your settlement following your religion. It just straight up is a big happiness boost. And that's actually amazing. Hey, JLA, welcome in. How's it going? All right. St. Petersburg. There's also things like bazaars to build. And now I do have a +3 tile here. Well, this is +4. There's actually 2 +4s here. Let me see. Let me just start with the gristmill. I'm also getting culture on those tiles because we have turtles, probably. Yeah, absolutely. Culture on that's very good. Then we have a couple of settlements, of course. I'm going to save gold for a turn. You can see we have a couple of unique tiles. What would I get? We got step pyramids. Ooh, maybe this settlement can actually get Sutton's Mound because there's already a couple of step pyramids here. Yeah, I think that's a good move. And then I'll just have to decide where that goes, though. It was super cool seeing the multiplayer. Hadn't seen Mugles yet. They seem super hard. Kind of got a beeline the economic victory and antiquity because their debuffs seem harsh. It was fun to watch. Yeah, the Mugles are... they have a very, very slow start. It's very, very punishing early on. And that's why Dash Green probably went for that super early war because he probably thought I would have been able to roll over. But with Lakshmi Bai and... Gilgamesh as my neighbor, and I was Lakshmi Bai. It turned on him very, very quickly. That was actually a very, very fun game. So, I was very happy with that. Are you playing Russia? We are playing as Russia. Yes, we get +1 culture on quarters and cities, and science on quarters and cities if that city is also in tundra. So I want to have more cities than more cities and less towns probably. But we do also have food on farms in towns and production on farms in towns if it's in tundra. So we'll also get a bunch of tradition cards here like production but less growth rate in cities, as well as culture on wonders if we decide to take our own syncratic option. You'll see in the exploration era test of time, we are not in our apex age, but we have a couple of the exploration civics for Test of Time civs. We have a Russian Renaissance here that gives us a tradition slot as well as some production. We also have some traditions that go to all cultural and scientific civs. So you see we have a happiness card. We have unlocking of Notre Dame early, as well as alchemy, which gives us production whenever you overbuild a building, gaining science equal to 25% of the production's cost. That's really good. But syncretism here, where we can pick up other civilizations' unique infrastructure or unit from this age, if we so chose, or we could affirm our Russian traditions and get another tradition slot, as well as the culture and science on wonders. Now, I already have this tradition card, but you'll notice it actually upgrades. It goes from +2 to +3 if you syncretize twice, or if you affirm twice. It's actually pretty dang good. So I definitely want to get some science up, but I also need to get my economy rolling quickly too. You think America, Siam, and Nepal and Pachacuti are the top modern civs for antiquity? Nepal looks strong. I really like playing as Inca. But I guess you're talking about the modern age civs. So yeah, we're gonna make a little bit of a fortification here. I want to keep my eye on Xerxes. We want to try to be friendly. But of course, I do want to find those city-states. Novgorod. How much gold is a fleet commander? 240, so next turn we'll get by a fleet commander. Hey, Trash Hunter, how you doing? Oh, why did you... Okay. I don't remember telling him to go that way. What a waste. Oh, wow. That is rough, dude. That's not what I wanted. Let's get a fleet commander over here. Because there's some city-states down this direction. Ooh, 50 damage, but 80 influence. Oh, the influence there is really good. But I could actually rush my wonder here. Let's go ahead and get to the 75 culture. That actually was not a lot, but that's fine. And now we're going to try to decide, do we go up to the top of the tech tree and pick up castles, heraldry, metallurgy? Do we go to the bottom and go for education? The top of the tech tree is where a lot of your medieval era units and walls and things like that are. But the bottom has a bunch of your early yield buildings. So your inns, your guild hall, your universities. So I'm going to go down this way to, I think, feudalism first. All right, so what celebration are we going for? I could spread my religion quickly. We have the religion that gives us relics every time we convert another civilization settlement with a wonder. And we have a lot of great work slots. You'll notice these have great work slots that used to have codices. Our codices aren't technically gone because we did get points for them in terms of our scientific victory. But the slots are open again to be refilled. I could actually rush out a bunch of religious units very early on. As well as things like merchants and things like that. Or I could rush culture. But we get... Oh. I picked the one belief that has no benefit for actually spreading a religion. I'm pretty sure this is only supposed to affect settlements that follow your religion, but it affects all settlements. So actually, I don't need to spread my religion early. So let's just go for the culture boost here. And we'll call it a day. So you could see, yeah, I'm going to run the happiness in all settlements to get more policy cards. And I want to run the production towards wonder cards soon. Let's get the gold, because I have a lot of things I want to buy. And let's see, yeah, I'm going to get my gold buildings going. So let's go ahead. I don't necessarily need to overbuild the garden market specifically, but I could reposition things over this way. It is slightly higher yield. It's going to be more expensive because I'm not overbuilding though, so that's something to keep in mind of. So then let's see, bazaar. I want to get the bazaar down this direction. I don't know where the observatory should go. Obviously, there's really good tiles up this way. I'm going to try to get my economy up first. Nope, not in this building. Not over here. Let me get the grist mill down. You love slotting the tradition to ignore damage from blizzards? That's true. That is very fun for Russia. Is there a benefit to syncretizing twice if you stay the same age across 3 eras? The modern age tradition will gets unlocked if you don't. It doesn't get better if you syncretize to other. It does get better if you syncretize twice. So you'll notice here, this is my policy card, and you see it's called Skazkaski 1, and it's 2 culture on wonders, 2 science on wonders, and tundra. But if I go ahead and I syncretize again, it does upgrade. So it becomes 3 culture and 3 science. The other thing to note is that if you want to wait to unlock... this card is actually separate from the traditions that you actually unlock as Russia. Once you get to the modern age, let me see if I can find it. You'll have, your 4 traditions. But this is actually a completely unique tradition that used to be the Test of Time tradition. So it's actually worth unlocking. The other thing is, even if it was the same policy card you would unlock in Modern Era, you would be able to use it at turn 1, which is a big deal, as well as the tradition slot comes back online too. So it is worth it to syncretize twice. Now let me see, influence. I think we're saving influence. I'm very mad that Scout died immediately. That's so silly. Yeah, no, I think it's very, very cool. Awesome. Now we unlocked a new policy. That's cultural and specialist. I don't want to run these specialist cards yet. My specialists are not active. Most of them are probably on settlements. They're probably on tiles that aren't even giving me adjacency, so I don't want to increase their maintenance and furthermore. I love that this settlement is growing. I hate that the scout died, but I'll get a new one. Alright, so our first cultural building, or cultural city-state, we can make stoneheads here. This actually go really well with... Ooh, must be on a place on an existing improvement of tiles with a natural happiness appeal. So stoneheads are actually need to be placed on the same tile that my step pyramids are. So I don't want to take this. Cultural and culture buildings, 1 culture on temples and cities for each cultural city. Your season of social policy slot, receive a free civic. Cultural and specialists. A social policy slot's not bad, to be honest. But I might take the culture on saw pits, fishing keys, and stonecutters, to be honest. This is not bad here. And then let's go society mastery so we can get ready for those wonder builds. Alright, next I want to get the observatory down. Now I could overbuild my science buildings or I could overbuild my cultural buildings here. It's actually kind of a toss-up for me for what I want to do. But considering we get cities in tundra gains science equal to 25% of the culture per turn. So you want to keep your culture high. So I'll just overbuild my science buildings. You'll see I put my science buildings together so I can overbuild, and the production buildings are here. So I can keep them for the rest of the game. Alright, there's this guy. I, of course, want to have multiple cities, too. I just don't know when to make them. Because my production starts off pretty low. We have a... Ooh, migrant. I actually will swap some tiles here for the capital. Sues for the settlement limit? You really like your settlement limit military guys, don't you? I'll keep an eye on it. I'll keep an eye on it. Knowing that settlement limit comes through the age is actually a big deal now. All the syncretism tradition benefits in antiquity and exploration, and then the modern one for this Civ, or what the live game Civ would have. All of those syncretic traditions benefits in antiquity exploration, and then the modern ones for the Civs that are... Or what the live game Civ would have in the unique civic tree. Oh, interesting. I'll have to relaunch like the original version and start comparing more often. We'll continue to grow our towns. Of course, there's some treasure resources on our homelands here. A couple of turns, and I'll start building wonders. Let me get my observatory down, I think. So let's overbuild. Do I want to put it on the +2 tile, or... I really like the +3 up here. And I'll probably overbuild this library at some point with a different type of building, like a warehouse building. So my new active science tile... Unfortunately, this is my best science tile right here is the production buildings. So... this is actually a really good culture tile. It's a +3 culture tile, so I'll keep my observatory... Dang, what do I do now? Hang on, where is the wonder I want to build? House of Wisdom has to be built adjacent to a district. Cool. So I know I'll be placing my House of Wisdom probably... Hang on, I'm trying to mark my best tiles. Like, this is my best gold tile. This is my best cultural tile. And my best science tile is technically this one. But what I could do is I could build the House of Wisdom here. And build a new science tile here. And build out this quarter. Guilty as charged. You like keeping your settlement limit high as you incorporate city-states more than average. I view them as free settlements. That's fair. You definitely did call that a good amount during the multiplayer game, which I appreciated. Oh yeah, he's hostile with me now. Let me try to reconcile with him. I don't want to fight him. I don't want to fight him. Not that I can't fight him. I'm over fighting for a little bit. I kind of want to get through this age relatively quickly, too, tonight. Yeah, no map tax. I did see, actually, Firaxis in the workshop Discord, they had a dedicated tab for what mods do you want to see in base game of Civ 7. So they are actively looking at, like, what the community wants added directly into Civ, which I think is actually very helpful, very interesting. Oh yeah, my two specialists are on my production tile, which is no longer gonna have any adjacencies for the rest of the game. At least they reduced the maintenance cost on specialists on unactive quarters, so they only cost 1 happiness and 1 food, I believe, extra. Anyways, we'll specialist on the palace is a good idea though. She wants to do gold. Actually, I could really use some gold. And I'm going to buy a navy. Because I just want a couple of boats together to go ahead and level up a army commander here. I should probably be using my gold on my economy or something, but that's fine. And here's our first merchant. There we go. Plug in our camels. Plug in our crabs. Very nice. I have to decide what my third city... Oh, yeah, Moscow is going to be a city eventually. Are we going for culture victory? We're going to go for a scientific victory. I've gone for culture victories quite a few times. Catherine, you could definitely argue for your culture or for science. So... Oh, they're spreading their religion to me already. That's going to make converting my own settlements more annoying. That's fine. But what I want to do is I want to play through the full game. I want to see what the end of the modern age feels like. So... we're going to try for that. Farmer's market would be amazing. Yeah. 6 food in towns is a good deal. Hey, Spain's up this way. How is Spain out this way? Where is Spain? Damascus. She must be right over here then. I should probably incorporate starting on the distant lands as well. All right, so we have House of Wisdom is unlocked. Next, I want to go for... actually very powerful are unlocking these tradition cards. So keeping an eye out for those. The Russian Renaissance here, I'll probably want to try for first. All right, so it's times for wonders. So Serpent Mounds needs to go in this settlement. I want to place this somewhere that's going to boost... Yeah, boost the cultural tile here as well. Sick. I'm going to run a wonder production card. Yeah, 15% production towards wonders. Very nice. And the Renaissance is another 10 production towards... Hello? 2 happiness from specialists. I meant to run the other... Oh! Oh, 2 happiness from specialists. That replaces the 2 happiness in all settlements card. Oh. Well, that's rough. All right, we're not gonna run Renaissance though. And I'm trying to get my settlements up and running. Let's get gold here. I need so much stuff. How are my open borders over already? Did he say no? Oh, he rejected my open borders. That's a bad sign. Oh, that's annoying. Hang on. I need to get a unit over here. Oh, I need gold. Every time you go for science victory, you back into a culture run. Are you finding your winning culture victory too easily, too often? Because that's actually very important feedback. I've been finding culture victories a little bit easy to attain compared to the other victories. So like please, like that's feedback they're actively looking for right now. All right, food on field buildings. There's also the unique dish or unique infrastructure that gives us food. Science and settlements following your religion. Unless you place it on floodplains, though. Oh, here's a settlement limit. We already have 2 settlement limit, though. Oh, okay. I think we're fine. 4 food on food buildings could be good, but remember, that is only food buildings with adjacencies now. So things like inns, which I just unlocked, could get additional food. And honestly, we could get a lot of food buildings. Inns also have happiness, don't they? Oh, sick. It's a food and happiness building. So if you pick a resort town or a fishing town, you'll be able to buy inns. That's fantastic. So 4 food on food buildings is actually really good here. Let's go for that. I want to get our population up high because we want to get a lot of specialists going. So we need a lot of food. Speaking of, yep, let's get that. Grab that goodie hut, culture and happiness, or production. Oh, did I build that wonder yet? Oh, right, the wonder, House of Wisdom that I was just talking about. All right, cool. We'll get the production boost then. So get those 2 wonders built. 2 wonder cards, 25% production towards wonders. And do we have the attribute actually? Oh, 10% production towards wonders here. Yeah, so we have 35% production towards wonders. That is very good for me. All right, gold here. I need a hardshare to deal with this. And we actually do need to get settlers out this way too. Wharf, inn, and hospitals will be lots of food. Hell yeah, dude. There, you won turn 0 in modern era today. Got 5 turns left. Message on turn 0. Oh, okay, I see you. Did you by chance use a lot of resort towns on turn 1? Because that's where I'm finding it's very easy to win culture victory. Oh, playing D with the Hatshepsut and Siam the whole game. Very, very nice. All right, this settlement is actually pretty dang grown. Kazan could definitely start focusing early. This is actually a pretty good resort town. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very, very good resort town. But the fishing town, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a lot of food. And also, hang on, what kind of buildings do I want to buy in my towns? So towns, urban centers can get, of course, observatories and kilns. My gold buildings cannot be bought, though, because those are only bought in your trade towns, and trade towns are limited to distant lands currently in exploration age. So I'll be looking at food and happiness. Yeah, so you get science and culture buildings. You can get happiness buildings. You can get food buildings, or you can get Just temples. So I want to look at keep an eye out for probably. Honestly, I just want a lot of food. I think we can do resort towns next stage. This doesn't exactly make a good urban center. I think I'll have enough cities. So let's start making fishing towns. Right? Because a fishing town can still get an inn. But it could also buy things like wharfs. Which gives it also 2 resource slots. Oh, that's a big deal. Hang on. Fishing town. Yeah, being able to buy wharfs and inns increases resource capacity, your food, and your happiness. That's a big deal. And it's also just a lot of food on fishing boats. Not that the fishing boats are improved here yet, but... It's too hard to get a science victory. Second hardest is econ. Nerfing econ victory civs by locking trade outposts into distant lands in exploration is just wrong. Yeah, I agree with you. Either let us make trade outposts in homelands or allow gold buildings to be purchased in urban centers, resort towns, etc. Resort towns. I think honestly, I think the idea that you can only have trade outposts in distant lands is just a holdover mechanic from how the game used to be set up. I think that's going to change. That is probably going to be on my top 5 things for Firaxis as in terms of immediate feedback. So super high appeal settlements. Gonna need 7 universities. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have at least 4 or 5 cities. These are probably going to be my 3 settlements that just pump food into my cities. Well, these are going to be cities. This can be an urban center, though. Because look at all these mountains. Look at all these mountains. That's going to have a ton of science and culture. Especially with observatories now. Big deal. This is annoying. This settlement's really funny. This is going to be a trade outpost to other faraway civs over here. Which is nice. Alright, production cities. 50% production empire-wide, but less growth rate in cities. Or do I do science? I'm building wonders now. We'll do the production first. He no longer is hostile with us. That's a big deal. Let's see. All right, we got a tradition. Let me go up to authority to get another tradition slot. And let's get another culture boost. Yep, culture boost. And then we're going to run the food in all settlements. Where did you just hear? I heard a goody hut.
There is one tree.
Oh, the Redwood Forest. We found the first natural wonder. That's a big deal. They change how observatories work. So observatories, there's a few buildings throughout the game now that have unique adjacencies. So you remember observatories have adjacencies to resources and wonders, like any science building, but observatories also have adjacencies to mountains now. So where you put your observatory is not always where you put your library. And I think that's just neat. There's a bunch of buildings like that. Like the shipyard now has resources to adjacency because it's a production building, but it has additional production adjacencies to hardwood and niter. So it actually has a major adjacency. +2 is actually a big deal. And there's a few buildings around the game, a couple in modern era as well. They're kind of just playing around with that idea of expanding what buildings have what adjacencies at the moment. But pretty much everyone thought that was really fun for them to do that. You having a fun time with the workshop? You think that Firaxis has done a decent job with this version? Not perfect, but way better than the version 2. I agree. Honestly, for me, it was literally just this. Just the ability to triple down on your Civ's identity. This used to be under test of time, which you had to do a penalty to get through, and it felt weird because like you're already not playing in your apex. So it felt weird to be punished for playing outside of your age. But the roleplay element was the strongest factor. And combining that with syncretism also fixes the syncretism problem of like, before it was either you play Civ switching or you play Civ switching light. And now you have 3 options and you can triple down on your Civ's identity. And that's awesome. It's really gonna mess with the age traditions and specialists? Yes, it will. But honestly, if you have specialists on your mountain tiles because of monuments, you just put down a science building now and it still has those specialists. So I think the ability to move your specialists around might be something they should consider looking into, but it's a relatively natural, I would say. There's the House of Wisdom. We've already built 2 wonders, the Grand Innovation Points. So that has already been locked in. House of Wisdom, of course, is going to be very good for us. This will give us the... What was that giving this? I forgot already. Oh, thanks for telling me. What was House of Wisdom doing again? I forgot already. It gives a relic and 3 relic slots and science from Great Works. Hell yeah, dude. And that's in the capital. So I'm going to try to put all of my relics into my capital for sure. Even to make a point, we put it in the House of Wisdom itself. So my next celebration will probably spam our religion out. Lots of distant lands over here. There's also another thing. This is production towards military units. For every great work in the city has 3 relic slots. Dude, there's so many relic slots now. We could build this wonder. Production for military for relics. We're going for a lot of relics, but I think I'm going to prioritize these other buildings first. Specifically the temple, because I need to get that. Ooh, dude, look at that. Dude, look at that. Look at that adjacency, dude, on the temple. Do we get kilns soon? Oh, we get kilns next turn, actually. I actually don't know where I want to put my temple. The kiln definitely goes up here. The temple could also just go in the city center, to be honest, because that's me surrounded by buildings. What was it too? It was all buildings receive adjacency with a temple. Oh, so this gives adjacency to the observatory. Oh! Oh, that's a big deal. That's a very big deal. So let's see. On the left-hand side of our screen here. So we get northeast adjacency, east adjacency, west adjacency, northwest adjacency. There's a +1 science and culture here. Scientific attribute skill maintenance. What does that mean? Southwest adjacency. It's +1. I don't know if it's going to reflect that. Here, let's just build it in the city center and see if that affects the observatory the way I think it is. Your last 3 games, that was the only way I played it. Stay with my own Civ works so well. I do think it's just objectively a really fun way to play. It doesn't matter if it's like... Honestly, this is what I've been saying pretty much since round 1. Is like, it doesn't matter if... Like, they didn't want to just have Apex Civs feel very powerful and then non-Apex Civs feel really weak. But honestly, I would prefer... If just for role play purposes, I don't mind playing outside of my age, even if it does feel weaker. But the ways to make a non-Apex Civ doesn't necessarily mean you need to give them the same powers that Apex Civs have. Like, they gave us the production boost to a random wonder. They gave us access to a unique unit. They gave us access to some tradition cards. But, like, you don't need to always have a unique unit. You don't always have to need to have a unique infrastructure. There's other ways, asymmetric ways to make them feel better, and one way is to just give them more tradition slots or more traditions. And I really am glad that they're going that approach. My other idea was that if you wanted to have the ability to make Like, for instance, if I am attacked, I don't have a unique unit. That feels rough. So my synchronic option will probably be a unique unit from this age. But if there was a Russian affirmation policy that gave me combat strength on generic units, but was in line with my civ's identity, for instance, if we look at Russia, their unique unit is the Cossack. They are a cavalry civ. So if you just gave me a generic tradition that gave me +3 combat strength on my cavalry units as an option for syncretism, then I might decide to run that card instead of picking up Keshigs or picking up Chevalier. And I think that could be very interesting in a way that is different than syncretism, how it is currently. I don't think it's necessarily needed to implement that way. I'm just happy that there is a way to affirm your own civ's identity. But yeah, you never know. I don't know. Okay, we actually do want to buy a bunch of merchants. Merchant. And probably actually buying settlers is probably on the docket to get these up and running, right? We have 3 settlement limit right now. So let me get one of those settlers out. The other issue we have the econ victories. The victory is locked behind merchants. GDP being determined by imports means spamming merchants across all areas is necessary, at least in multiplayer. It's the econ is going to be the most tedious of the victory conditions based off of just how tedious it is to use this resource screen and factories and all of that. Some things are helping, like these unassign all resource buttons, but it's going to be like some victories are always going to be a little bit more tedious than others. I'm looking at like religious victory in Civ 6. There's definitely ways they can work around it though, which I think will be important. We also might want to look at settling this tundra over here and having 2 cities here. I'm going to send this merchant over here to Saida. And I have a trade out. I'm going to send this to Xerxes to try to get him friendly with me quickly. So, oh, he has a camels as well. That's crazy. Cotton would be fun, though. And that's his capital. Let's go there. All right, we'll get some more warehouse buildings in Kazan. China RRL has a negative import-export ratio because they just make everything... be cool if they brought back monopolies. Yeah, I think they should definitely look into some of the play testing they did for the Monopolies and Corporations game mode. Back into Civ 7. Now, obviously, like, you could tell, like, Monopolies and Corporations are playtesting for factory resources and how those would work, but I think there's something you could do to bring back the specific Monopoly portion of it. That could be very fun for the players. Especially when it comes to, like, big GDP bonuses. Oh, let's go. We got Serpent's Mound. So that's going to give us extra science on these unique districts, or unique tiles. Now I need to find a way to get more... Ooh. Production towards missionaries. Oh, let's go. Oh, that's perfect. Because I want to spam my missionaries here shortly. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, I need to get more unique improvements in that settlement now. All right, Kiln. This is going to be very good here. Oh, let me actually see this observatory. Let's click on the observatory. +10. So it has 1 adjacency, 2 adjacency, 3 adjacency. It has... let me me see. What's the baseline for observatory? +6 science. Yes! All right, cool. This is +10. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the temple is giving an additional adjacency to the observatory. Dude. Dude, this belief is actually really good. All buildings get a happiness adjacency with the temple. Oh, wait, no. A happiness adjacency. That's where the happiness is coming from. Where is this 10 coming from? It's still a +3. Do you have 1 science on science buildings or something? Oh, 1 science on quarters. Yep. Okay. So this is a +6 observatory with 3 adjacency. It has +1 science on the quarter itself, and then +1 happiness from being adjacent to the temple. It might be a little bit convoluted, but hey. Oh well. All right, we'll get our kiln built. As well as this kiln. Big culture buildings. All right, I'm gonna actually buy a bunch of settlers and just start chaining them through here. Happiness or gold? Gold. Yeah, this whole area could be mine. Hey, Bob, how's it going? Something besides step 1, make the merchant. Step 2, move the merchant. Step 3, profit. There's also improve trade relations. We have as content creators, we have communicated with Firaxis that specifically the whole trading, improve trade relations, and bam, 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 and it's very repetitive, and especially in GDP, in the economic victory for sure. So it's definitely something that they're aware of. Ooh, Carthage. All right. I think my priorities are going to be getting the rest of my settlements like established. I need to have a strong foundation of food and production going to get my tiles improved. Once my tiles are improved, I could then focus on my food and production buildings. And once I get that up and running, I can really start beelining into my science and culture and my specialists. So wherever I can, I'm going to start looking at buying food buildings to start. Grab that tile. And there's a merchant. And cotton. Bam. I want to get another one of those camels too. Fell asleep at 7 p.m. and woke up in the middle of the night. Nice. Hey, Flapjack, how's it going? Good to see you guys back. I hope you guys enjoyed the multiplayer game. Ooh, overbuilding. All right, I'll get some of my settlers forward. Might actually want to get a boat over here. This is hilarious. This guy over here. I'm gonna put my boats to heal a turn. And I think I want to make this a friend. This actually could be incorporated very easily, so I'm gonna befriend them. You learn a lot? Hell yeah. Alright, I'll take out my... I don't need my wonder production cards. I think I'm good on the wonders for now. When's the next... 4 turns into the next celebration. That's actually very... I love that the counter is there. Cultural attribute. Nice. All right. We're going to start speeding this along, guys. Ooh, culture in cities with at least 1 wonder is actually very nice here. That's 10 culture. I also have a lot of towns. I don't know if I want to specialize towns or cities yet. We'll just take the wonder card. And boom. And wonder yields. And ooh. Did I pick up syncretism already? What the heck? Oh, I didn't mean to do that yet. That's hilarious. Let's go up to authority next. So here we are. So obviously, if I wanted to go to war, I could pick up a unique unit. I could pick up other synergies with other civs, like the Norman Moten Baileys. Could be a ton of fun in certain games. The new thing is the Russian affirmation cards, and I think I want to try to run that as much as possible. But oh, dude, Moten Baileys would be fun. Production towards cavalry, happiness, culture buildings. So cool. We'll do the Russian affirmation though, because I want to see what it's like running all of it. And then let's go ahead. We get the inn built for some food. And get the inn. Nope. I need to build all the way down to the ocean, I think. At some point. I don't know how to get these buildings built. So I'll just go for the temple first. Now I could overbuild. Oh, right. The temple I want to have it next to as many quarters as possible, or as many buildings as possible. We'll put it right there. That'll also make sure that, I mean, these are ageless buildings, so that happiness just stays. That's awesome. And policies, take up production towards wonders. So let's get the science boost. And experimentation is a really good card to run. Yeah, we'll start running experimentation. And then where I can, I'm going to start picking up tech masteries to get production boosts like that. So let me go down for like guilds. All right, I'm going to go through and get my warehouse buildings. Affirmation's not half bad. Yeah, it's pretty decent. I did see your initial spawn, Flapjack. I was a little bit confused as to why you thought it was so bad. I know you were definitely lacking in terms of resources. I'm not saying this is a good spawn, for sure. But it doesn't seem like something that you couldn't really build yourself out of. You started with a navigable river. You have fresh water. Grease. You definitely want to have rough tiles with grease. There's a lot of flat down here, but I see, what, 1, 2, 3... 4. You definitely have some rough terrain nearby. The silk is sad. I'm gonna be honest. This is pretty sad. Definitely, you're gonna want to try to scout and find other resources. I don't know if you could find things like cotton or gypsum or other resources nearby. But I would need to see more of the map before I would call myself out on this type of game. I got a rel ward like literally halfway through an antiquity, but I was able to dig myself through that. And I wasn't in a winning position, but I was definitely somewhere that I was affecting the game for sure, quite substantially. Once things started taking off, I wouldn't count yourself out in that type of spawn though. Most are kind of underwhelming, but since there is no punishment, more punishment mechanic, I felt okay about it. Exactly, yeah. So it no longer feels bad to go for your affirmation. At the worst thing that could happen is like, all right, you have a tradition slot, so that's still good, even if you don't run the tradition. They should be in line. Yeah, I think some of them could be buffed. Mughal, Mughal's the one we've actually talked about quite a bit. The Mughal, when you play in Antiquity, they get their tradition is +1 gold on farms and towns. Now, that felt really, really bad if you had to run that the entire age, or through all 3 ages, right? But if you reaffirmed Mughal again in exploration, it upgraded. It got to 2 gold on farms and towns. And it's like, okay, so now there's actually some scaling happening, which is actually not bad. That was a problem. Around turn 7, both scouts are taking damage if you're locked from scouting from the hospital LPs. Oof. Yeah, oof. We're hindering finances. Dude. Oh, he's going to try to denounce me, though. I'm going to accept this because I need to save my influence for probably a denouncement next turn. They like doing that. They really like doing that. Yeah, no, that sounds unlucky with the barbarians and hitting your scouts. I know that's frustrating. Let's see. Well, this settlement, I don't know what to do with it, so it might go for Grand Bazaar. Could actually be fun here. Why do I feel like a war is coming? Because probably the Prussian horses over here. Oh boy. All right. You know what? I'm gonna actually work on an archer. And actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually move these swords up and try to plug this hole up here. And then I'm gonna have a swordsman down here too. Oh, hello, crossbows. Jeez. Well, this is annoying. And there's also a boat here. Hang on. This is what I need to do. I need to buy a harbor here. And I need to buy a boat. Because I don't like that Xerxes is here too. Let me ask him for a... No. I need to save my influence. Alright, you can start scouting. I'll send my navy further to explore. And then we got our first distant land settlements. Again, you don't need to settle distant lands, but in this game, I am. It's actually very, very quick to get some treasure convoys moving to it. So we'll actually look at our treasure resource. You see, it takes 6 turns to load up a treasure convoy. It's gonna be worth 1 point because I have 1 improved, but there's actually up to 2 you can improve here. You get 50 gold and 10 GDP per convoy when you unload in the homelands. Nice. Sanctions are flowing in this build. Yeah, dude, the AI. Poof. How expensive are missionaries? 75? It's actually not bad. All right, cool. So we got a mastery here. Something tells me I need to go up to castle soon. But let me get education first. Ooh, scientific attribute? Nice, dude. Science for resources or gold and happiness maintenance? Ooh. Hang on. Let's go for the science first. It seems like more science immediately. She already converted these cities. That's silly. All right. Oh, is there no point to actually convert my cities? Yeah, there's not. So I'll send the missionary out. I could build grand bazaars, guild hall. There's a new +4 tile here. So as much as I want to overbuild, I really like the +4. Let's just build a grand bazaar somewhere. We'll put it here. Econ Civ should get a bonus to transport convoys. Maybe load 20% faster. They can get them every 4 turns instead of 6. That would be an interesting thing to do. At least with the generic. You could definitely give them a generic tradition for it. That'd be cool. Ooh, there's camels up this way. But this guy is kind of still exploring. Did I hear a goody head? There's one. I haven't found any hostile city-states to fight for that guy. There's definitely stuff I could find up here. The treasures, these are really good up this way. So let me settle that. And I'm gonna bring my commander to the to this city first. Ally Isabella or Bolivar. I can definitely ally Hatshepsut and Isabella. I hate how much of the AI bring you into war, though. Yeah, Hatshepsut's already at war with him. I think we might actually get away without going to war. If she's at war, he might be distracted with her. So allying her is actually counterintuitive, too, as well. That's funny. Ooh. This is 40 influence for 80 food and 50 culture. That's good. I'll take that. All right, we'll continue growing my towns too. This one could definitely use a brickyard then. And a saw pit. Nice. Yeah, she's at war. If I wanted, I could jump in. Oh, shoot. Do we jump in for funsies? And, like, take a couple settlements? I mean, I could. If there was no distant lands to settle, I would definitely consider it. All right, you want to go up this way as fast as possible. Oh, this settlement's a sitting duck, though, if I go to war. Should probably... Holy cow! Maybe we befriend those guys. Let's run the influence card then, too. Because, oh, Simone's going to befriend them. That's fine with me. All right, the capital is starting to grow. Military aid. I don't need that here. I would give it to Hatshepsut, though. Let's go up to castle. Let's go, yeah, castles. Production and influence buildings would be nice. There's the tradition we just unlocked. And let's go for a hierarchy as well. Let's do 40% production towards civilian units. I'm going to actually spread my religion very quickly. And let's run the... survey card for my scouting. Wow, this is a lot. Gilgo Navy to conquer Xerxes settlements. Ooh, oh, bro, you could settle right. You could sail right up here to Sparta. She's using Mamluks with Egypt. That's sick. There's definitely a lot of conquering we could do here. The only problem is if I go to war, I'm not getting to modern era tonight, guys. Hinder military production. Fine. I didn't want a military anyways. I should just get a army commander down here, though. Or admiral, I mean. Not finding a lot of things to fight over here. Which actually shouldn't be something I'm complaining about. Actually, I do want to settle down here. Another settlement, though, in the tundra. We might want to look to evangelizing our religion as well. Get a second belief going. We're about to circumnavigate already, though. Alright, there's castles. So let's go up to Haledry, and we'll get tier 2 units. Obviously, we're not ready for war just yet. But I'm going to actually start converting my own settlements. Oh, did we get Grand Bazaar? We did. Hell yeah, dude. Resource passing the settlement. 3 gold on homeland. Treasure resources. That's just such a good econ wonder. All right, we actually converted. We got some relics for that because there's a wonder in his settlement as well. Reconciliation, cultural point. All right, do we go? We're going for culture on towns because we're gonna have a bunch of towns. We have distant land towns coming online. I'm gonna have more than 3 cities too, so the specialist is something I don't really need to care about right now. But there's the orthodoxy. We convert another settlement. Very good. Yeah, that's a Bimini city-state next turn. Finally some barbs to fight. Oh, we've circumnavigated. We got movement on our military units too. Couple of warehouse buildings. Very good. Bring a commander with siege engines just be safe in case range fleet commander could probably sack Parsa.
Of eagles and jaguars.
Yeah, war is definitely something we could do. All right, so here's our Russian. This is actually something I noticed. This is actually really good. The Russian traditions actually have the Russian art behind them, while the generic ones don't have any art. And I think that's really cool. When you overbuild a building, gain 25% production of the building's cost as science. Classic Revelry, buildings gain adjacency for wonders. Happiness adjacency for wonders. Dude, those are really good cards. Holy cow. %15% production is such a big deal, though. Oh, boy. Oh, okay. This is my problem, is when these scientific and cultural traditions feel better than the actual Russian ones. This is why I want more tradition cards, though. Oh, shoot. We have 5 tradition slots. Oh, that's a big deal. Oh, that's a really big deal. However, I do want to run this Happiness on Wonders card. Let's go for this. Bam. Very good. Get some Niter. Oh, okay, we can actually get minor embassies. Demand Tribute. Dude, Demand Tribute is actually really fun. We saw that in the last game. Demanding, it's sanctioned that generates treasure convoys from your enemies, which is so fun. Minor embassies could be really good, though. Let's see. Must be placed on an existing improvement in the city. 1 per settlement. I want to look for something that's spammable. Oh, look, we got treasure convoys already. That's awesome. We got some pirates to fight. Independent powers. What kind of city-state has a really good improvement? The cultural one we didn't want. I guess we're looking into the... oh, no, he's befriending him already. I still want a unique improvement. Xerxes is getting this guy. Maybe there's something up to the north. Ooh. Sweet. Settle this. All right, we'll get a fishing key and we'll get a granary in this settlement to get the food growing quickly. Don't need minor embassies. Happiness on happiness buildings. This is actually includes temples. That's pretty good. Or we could do starting and supporting endeavors, because we're gonna have an ally. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna want to actually start running these, the research and cultural exchanges. And we'll spread those out to try to get additional science and culture now that the city-states are claimed. Let's evangelize a religion. We have 2 turns left in the celebration. Keep spamming out these missionaries because they're all 1 turn right now. Oh, the White Russians. I forgot about that. All right, you're going up here to convert for wonders. I guess I don't know why I'm converting my cities, just out of habit. If I could do a lot of damage with Navy stuff, it's probably worth it. This settlement, I'm gonna have to bring a land Navy for, though. There we go. Bam, Bugle unlocked. Here's our camels. Uh-oh, I got the sticky. Click, 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 click. So there is a drag and drop, but it gets a little bit buggy because it's their first version. So I'm trying to click and double click, but then I'm having other issues. All right, cool. These cities are starting to look very strong. It's about time I start flooding money into Moscow to get that online as a city. Commander of Siege Engines. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into war. It might turn into, if he declares war on me, then sure. I just have too many priorities right now that I kind of don't feel like dealing with it. I think the objectively good play here is definitely go to war, though. All right, so we could definitely do movement. We already have +1 movement on our naval units. Zeal, bombardment, navy stuff. Let's go bombardment here. The +1 range is just so good to get. All right, so, oh, Notre Dame. 3 cultural and specialist in a celebration. It's such a big wonder, dude. Holy cow. There's dungeons. Oh, there's a really good dungeon over here. Yeah, let's get the dungeons first. So, not overbuilding the production buildings. I'm going to keep those production buildings around. But I want to make a new tile that'll have a good use of production, good spot for production buildings too. Maybe I just put... Let's put it there. I could settle here for the fresh water, or I settle over here for the yeah, no, I want the resources. I do get gold for converting my settlements at least. Ooh, let's go up this way. Open borders, and we're definitely, yeah, just auto-scouting now. Dude, can you make it something? Oh my god. Ooh, boy. Okay, so let's evangelize our religion. So, newly founded towns and distant lands start with their religion. Movement with missionaries. Conquer settlements are converted to your religion. Dawa trade routes establish your religion is a really good one. +1 missionary charges. Scripture pressure towards missionaries. Temples give relic slots. 2 missionaries whenever you build a wonder. 1 more support. Crusade. When you have founded religion. Where's Defender of the Faith? Oh, it's here. 5 contracts for military units in friendly settlements that follow your religion is a pretty good one. Ooh, 1 relic slot in science buildings in cities. Nope. What's this? Treasure convoys gain 1 movement and 5 contracts when defending. That's actually a very good one for econ victory. But I think we're just going to go ahead and take... I think most of my missionaries have pretty far to go. Getting missionaries when you build wonders is really good, though. Let's do the Zeal. The +1 charge was fine. Makes converting 2 settlements easy. Let's start picking up some tech masteries here. Just for that production boost. Oh yeah, covering my own settlements will help me with reformation at least. Let's go up to social class. Triumph Enlightenment. All right. Oh, great. There's more guys here. All right. We have a new settlement and a new crossbow. So that's fine. All right. 11 out of 11 settlements. This is actually looking pretty decent. Ooh, +1 gold on water buildings is so big. Put that in the capital. I definitely need to get a lot more trade routes soon. Simone, befriend the city-state already. Please, 2 turns? Okay, this is so rude. Oh, you can't shoot that tile. Hinder finances. Dude, if you're gonna keep doing this, I will go to war with him. Alright, so wharfs will give us actually more resource capacity. I don't know if I knew that that was a thing. That's actually really good. Alright. Resource capacity. Now, our specialists are going to start placing on strong tiles. We have a Bazaar Inn over here, so it's a good tile to put it on. Universities. Plug that into where our academies are. And there, our first treasure convoy is already deployed. That gives actually gold as well as GDP, so it's still good for us overall. All right, I definitely want a granary in this settlement. We'll build the altar. So this is gonna be our culture tile. Our gold tile can be right here. Our science tile, I guess, is over here. Anyway, so the saw pit can go there. Now, to convert Moscow to a city is like 500 gold. That's not terrible. Okay, there's another promotion. We'll get the +1 range on this guy.
Since what?
Take that unit out. He's still hindering my military production. I'm not building military, so it's actually fine that he's doing that. I really don't care. And then I'm basically just printing money by sending my missionaries out. It's not a huge deal, but then printing relics is actually the more important part. Brickyard saw pit. Granary in this settlement. And harbor. Nice. Oh, okay, Spain's up here to the north. Settling distant lands. Still at war with Hatshepsut. We'll see if she actually takes any cities from him, or if he just gives them away in a peace deal. Military aid. Nope, don't need that. Guessing agreement. That's actually pretty good for me. 10 food per turn in cities. That actually is pretty dang good. I might want to make Moscow a city now. Gold per turn with leaders. I'll just accept that. The 12 gold isn't super necessary here. And let me go for the education mastery. This will actually open up the heliocentric model. I want to start doing my cultural stuff. Or my scientific products soon. And we have a few city-state friends. We'll take vassalage for the gold and culture boost. Universities are coming online. Plug that in here with my observatory tile. The settlement needs to build down this way. Boom, boom, boom. Notre Dame as well. I should really build that. Get my inn built. Oh, right. Trade routes. I need to keep getting trade routes. All right, we'll keep getting our relics. Remember, our relics give us extra culture, which then translates into science as well. You really want the civil servant projects like canals, mountain tunnels, etc.? Yeah, definitely. Canals, where would you put canals, actually? If you had to start placing those types of districts? Are they exploration era and mountain tunnels are modern era? To try to, like, facilitate, like, the opening up of infrastructure that way? And technology and yada, yada, yada? Or are they both modern era? Obviously, there's the Suez Canal. When was the Suez Canal built? Right? That's the most important early canal, but I feel like it was relatively late.
For a lifetime is to educate people.
Yeah, 1859 to 1869. That is very much modern era. Actually, maybe even past. No, not past. But yeah. Now you have to put it there. She wants an alliance. Is she at war? She's unfriendly with 3 players. Honestly, I don't want an alliance. If anyone would be Hatshepsut. Let's go shipbuilding now. That actually open up our game a lot. Because now we got treasure convoys, and I'm going to start sailing the world. All right, let's get our guild hall built. Now, could have used adjacency with wonders here instead. Obviously, but the natural adjacency with the water tiles is just fine. All right, and then as size 8, that's pretty good there. 8 population already. All right, we probably farmed enough experience here. He's only getting +1 for killing units. 7 out of 23. So let's just pillage this tile. 30 influence and promotion. Let's go. We're going to actually go for the +1 movement over the... No, we'll do order. These guys are going to be exploring, but I think order is too good to pass up. All right, keep on getting some relics by converting these random civs. Very nice. Settler lens. I could actually put 1 more settler right there if I wanted to. I just really like these tundra tiles. You split up canals in exploration and mountain tunnels in modern. Maybe keep the major name canals for wonders until modern, but people were making canals since the 16th century. Yeah, definitely. Canals themselves, technology-wise, isn't that early. There's also China built some very early canals, didn't they? You could probably have in some form a like a Chinese specific antiquity canal as well. But yeah, in terms of just the expansion of the game, I think having them there's the tutorialization you want to try to line up with Civ, right? The game gets more complicated later into the game. You don't want to throw too much at the player too quickly. And that's why they have like the army commanders in antiquity and the admirals and exploration and then the flight commanders in modern. It's also just generally good pacing as well. But yeah, it's I think that's where you would probably have it line up. Let me start doing some espionage as well. Who has really good stats? Hatshepsut. Well, besides me, I have very good stats. But Hatshepsut really likes us, right? So does Isabella. Isabella's further away. We're gonna start spying on Hatshepsut. We're gonna steal tech and government secrets. Yeah, that's neat. France and England are filled with smaller canals used for transportation of goods. Yeah, I think I like that, having the big wonder canals being in modern era. Is that all of the wonders? Jeez. Taruga. These guys are actually going to explore mostly. Isabella, I need open borders. Let's get, we're going to do our projects with Isabella, and she's supporting them. Support. She supported both. So we're doing research collaboration and cultural exchange with her, which are going to boost her science and culture, which then we're going to also steal. Perfect. All right, these guys are going to get out of here. I'm going to get some boats over here soon. I really want my third city online, though. Stealing from Xerxes would be good. I didn't want another reason for him to hate me. His stats are actually the lowest in the lobby, too. Or not the lowest, but they're pretty low. If we start getting, like, really start snowballing, we will go for a late era war. But that's going to be, like, tier 3 units, maybe. I really want my third city. Ooh, we have 50% of the age. It's now possible to actually start winning. So if I go ahead, we need to have 6 times the score for the next place person. So that's actually mean to the thresholds. Military, I have the largest empire. Highest in scientific victory. So we want to win early. We want to hit the threshold, which will drop through the age progression. But we're trying to go for scientific victory here and just trying to play like throughout the whole game. So we'll see what we end up hitting. Specialists. Let me actually get a couple more tiles down. I still want to get a unique infrastructure this age. But I don't know if that's going to happen. 550, exactly the amount of gold I need. Nope, it's 575. Jeez, okay. Lame. Lame, dude. But let's go Reformation here. I'm going to run Rationalism and Religious Order here. We went through the trouble of just converting my settlements. Oh my god, they're converting my settlements back. Xerxes! Oh, heliocentric model. But first, Notre Dame. I need to build a Notre Dame. That is plus 3 cultural and specialists in a celebration. That's all settlements, isn't it? Wow. All right, and we'll do the heliocentric model here. Naval units get +1 movement upon completion as well, which is actually going to be perfect timing for shipbuilding. Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, urban centers are needed. That's for sure. That's for sure. Let me get Moscow first, and then that settlement's gonna be an urban center. All right, and then convert that soon. We're starting to reveal most of this Pangea. I'm surprised how many wonders have not been built, though. Notre Dame's too good? I think it's too good. And now players can unlock it on like 2 civics away, which is crazy. All right, shipbuilding is unlocked. Fantastic. Let me get one more tech mastery. I'm basically gonna hit every tech mastery at some point. Urban planning could be really good here to rush. And then up to the military to have fun. Architecture here. All right, so exploration areas, civics, social class here. Ooh, furs and cocoa resources are worth 1 treasure convoy. Interesting. Let me run mercantilism. Now let's make Moscow a city finally, so that I can finally get another production queue moving. That's a really big deal here for me. So the buildings I want, probably gonna start with the inn, because it's gonna have a free happiness maintenance. And then I'm probably gonna want to try to go for the guild hall as well. The bazaar here is good too. Probably gonna buy in some production buildings to get it speeding along though. So the bazaar gives you less yield than the guild hall, but it gives you a resource capacity. So depending on your games, you might go for one or the other, but we're going for the influence and gold here. And then the kiln, of course, goes next to the mountains. Ooh, actually go between the temples. Right next to the temples there is fine. All right, I need to run religious orders next. So let's run religious orders and rationalism for the big yield boost. Let's run, we could run happiness on specialists because we're starting getting a lot of happiness. Let's run golden settlements, food and settlements. Yeah, nice. Yeah, now we need to start filling out our resource capacity. So start buying merchants over here. We have another settlement limit as well. We could also incorporate a settlement. And there we are. We can actually sell the seas. Sick. Tomb of Aski hasn't been built. The Wonder is nuts. Tomb of Aski is pretty good. Gold and production this settlement for every resource assigned to it. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I need a desert city. Hatshepsut has desert. She has pyramids. She has Petra, I'm sure. Oh, there's a scientific wonder. She doesn't have Petra. I don't think Petra actually got built. Petra was something I wanted, but never got around to. My towns are starting to get a very high population, though. They're having a very hard time growing. They should honestly just focus. And continue sending food back. We actually have 1 focus, 2 focus. This one will grow next turn, and then it will focus. All right, there's some more relics. Start stacking these in the capital. Oh my goodness, yeah. Culture and happiness, but remember, we're also getting additional culture from Catherine's ability. And then we're also getting the House of Wisdom science. So we're getting, for all of these relics, we're getting 4 culture, 2 science, and 2 happiness in the capital. That's pretty dang good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that. I like that.
Plenty of
Ooh, trade winds is good too. Oh, I need actually to make sure my settlements are following my religion though. Which they are not. So, find new missionaries. That was expensive for no reason. Great. Right, this town could certainly start focusing and sending food back home. And it'll be at its urban center as well, and we'll be able to buy buildings in there. And it's time. Our stats are really starting to climb, so I'll grab that tile just to fill out our tiles, and then this. What settlement? We have what? 3 fishing boats, 4 production tiles. It honestly might just want to be a production build or like a mining town. So again, fishing towns can buy our inns. There's a really good inn right there. Yeah. Fishing town. I'm going with super high food, right? Because that also buffs this tile here. Ooh, Valencia. Damascus is a very good trade route too. Let me increase my trade capacity. And go to Carthage. Oh, Spain's got some crazy stuff going on over here.
A vapor like an oven.
That's a natural wonder. El Escorial could be good. You guys really like settlement limit. I'm having a hard time even filling my settlement limit. So honestly, maybe we just incorporate these guys. Ooh, started diplomatic action with all leaders. Yeah, that's not... That's a city-state, my guy. Oh, another 2 culture on displayed great works? We have 6 culture on great works right now. That's crazy, dude. Alright, I'll split my boats up. I might actually buy another boat too, just for the sake of exploring. Or do I buy... Nope. I need production in Moscow. I do want to find those 2 other natural wonders to get food on my breathtaking tiles.
The echoes of our glory.
Oh, Notre Dame. Let's go. Okay, grab a crabs. And again, just shuffling so much food. Actually, I need to bring production over to Moscow to get that up and running. So I'll put some production in here, as well as the 10 food. Hinder finances. Bro, will you stop? Did Hatshepsut get any of your settlements too? She did not. Okay. All right, let's go sovereignty. We can even get shipyards down for production. Another big culture of boost. Yeah, gold and happiness for imported resources is pretty good here. Again, we're trying to get our economy rolling. And there, we need to keep our settlements converted. Moscow. Let's buy... Oh, a stonecutter is actually 7 production in here. And then in the dungeon, it'll be pretty good. Get up to 60 production here. Very good. Prestige of discovery is worth a few sabotage experiments. Tell me more. Scientific victory, you need to make sure nobody beats you to it. While it's not possible to win a scientific victory, we can set up subs to be the front runner now. Sanctions can be a powerful tool to hinder research but reduce a science yield by 10%, directly slowing down their ability to research new tech. Worker disruption slows the production of wonders and products, making it harder for them to complete scientific products or secure a key wonder. There's honestly very good tips with the leader, like the councils, the advisors. And I actually really enjoy that. Nick, oh yeah. Let's see. This should be made into a city. Absolutely, I agree with you. It could definitely be a city. It would actually make use of some resources. Oh wow, I don't have a lot of those resources that benefit distant land cities. Wait, it just pearls? Pearls is the only resource that helps me with distant land cities. The reason why I wasn't gonna make this a city though is because Russia specifically gets a large benefit to making cities in tundra. So if I make this into a city, there's an opportunity cost to making a different tundra settlement into a city instead. Timamaski and Havana Harbor, maybe in Namadal. That would be a good city, though. Niter is a shipyard adjacency for shipyards, yeah. Production adjacency for shipyards. All right, let's get to another boost to gold. So if I was worried about any of the other civs and their tech leads, like Hatshepsut here, I could actually be sanctioning their science. That's actually a cool thing for them to point out. I'll do open markets here. Hinder military production. Dude, he really wants to hinder my military. I'm not building. Yet. And let's go up to... Forbidden City. Relics us all some pavilions. Grants 2 innovation points. Let's grab that. Cool, we unlocked more stuff. So pavilions and menageries. The pavilion built overbuilding the amphitheater. Again, I still need to get merchants going. Oh, let me start buying merchants in my distant lands so I can trade with Spain specifically. Wow, hello there. I could also start looking at building privateers to steal treasure fleets from Spain, which could be a ton of fun. Being left as a town in modern, if you got those wonders, it would probably make a great resort town. Wonders give resort town appeal, right? Wonders don't give appeal. Nothing in the game can change appeal. Appeal in Civ 7 is all natural appeal. So what ends up happening is that your appeal is locked from the very beginning. So you get appeal from water tiles, whether it's coast or it's navigable rivers. You get appeal from mountains, and you get appeal from all vegetation, including tropical. World wonders, you get appeal from natural wonders. You don't get appeal from world wonders. You don't get appeal from buildings, but you also don't get negative appeal from any buildings. Appeal is very, bare bones compared to Civ 7 or Civ 6. She wants an alliance again. I'll have to reject it. Oh, honestly, actually, she is next to me. Maybe I should look into. Wow, these are good trade routes. Cordoba first. And then Valencia. So natural wonders would give you tourism, though. From appeal. Let me continue getting her science and culture really high. It's a really good shout, though. Oh, that's not my missionary. Well. Alright, we're doing a very good job of exploring and expanding. Definitely a little bit pacifist here, but that's fine. Got all of those running. Our science is definitely picking up. Urban planning to get hospitals and banks is a big deal. And here we are. We have a settlement that has been absorbed into our empire. Get a fishing key. Get a harbor. And this is a third treasure island, which is great. Oh, we just stole culture. Let's look up to imperialism. 100 or 1200 culture from Shepset is crazy. Get more production in Moscow. 75 production, 91 production. Wow. I want more camels. Oh, a wharf in Moscow is probably a good idea too. So I can get resources inside of it. Shepset's finally found distant lands. And yeah, I mean, I'm fine with giving them distant lands as long as I'm filling out my settlement limit and expanding. I feel pretty good here. Trade route to Carthage, great. Turtles, let's go. Kind of dumb. You would think that wonders would increase tourism. So wonders give you tourism. They're not giving you appeal. Is the point that I was trying to make. You can improve tiles with high appeal. Oh, okay, sorry if I misunderstood something there. Resort towns from wonder cities are probably going to a strat. I feel moving forward. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, so the appeal won't help there. So, in general, though, just for the sake of pointing this out, you would think this would be a great resort town. It actually isn't. You need to have 5 breathtaking tiles, and you can't improve it. This settlement has only 2 breathtaking tiles. And this one only has 1. Crazy, dude. You would think the appeal would be higher. Oh, I misclicked. I meant to go for this. Whatever. Moscow. Nope. Okay. Stealing science. 700 science. Nice. All right. There's a couple of wonders here to look into. There's more merchants as well. Let's get the pavilion built. Menagerie could be built as well, but I'm not sure where that would go. In the meantime, there are definitely wonders to build. Let me just look at some merchants here. Merchant spam. All right, we got a couple of settlements growing here. Oh, is this tundra over here? There are tundra towns over here. Interesting. So if I want to expand, I could probably go to this island as well. But it looks like Saida is finally going that way. I do think resort town tourism will be at least changed, though, for sure. Maybe they should choose specific wonders to give adjacent appeal, like Hanging Gardens, Machu Picchu, etc. Doesn't say right that none do. I think appeal is still a very bare bones mechanic because, like, considering the fact that they didn't even turn the appeal lens on, the only thing that appeal did was generate happiness on tiles, and basically, if you just looked at the happiness on tiles, you could see appeal. If you were looking for it, like I was, of course. You'll be able to find it. I think appeal needs to be expanded, just like religion needs to be expanded, though. Have you found Bermuda Triangle or Great Barrier Reef? I have not found those. Not in this game. Get more horses. We can actually start hitting Future Civic already. Let me just hit all these. Holy cow, dude. Why is our culture is incredible? That's crazy, man. All right, so wharf. Let's build a wharf. Yeah, okay, so this one finally has enough production. It's self-sustaining. It can start really building up on itself. I want to build my wharf and my shipyard together. The wharf has adjacency coastal, and the shipyard has production towards resources, specifically niter, and there's a niter right here. So I'll put the two of them together next to the niter resource, like so. Awesome. All right, trade route time. Look at the available trade route screen, huh? Available trade routes: Madrid, Cartagena, Cordoba, Damascus. Isabella's got some great trade routes. Holy cow. Oh, it's not showing unavailable. Oh, here they are. Unavailable trade routes. These are things for, if I just increase my trade route capacity, I could get a pretty good trade route with Hatshepsut. So let's go for that. That's pretty nice. All right, we're actually getting a lot of exploring done too. These same Civ secretisms really help Snowball with pair with a decent leader. I think playing the same Civ through all three ages does really good, just in the fact that you have a unified strategy. Like Kamai building buildings on rivers, or Inca building its building next to mountains. This synergy of having your cities set up exactly how you want them to be at the top of exploration is a really big deal. And you can say the same thing about the affirmations traditions as well. Like the unified strategy is really just nice, dude. Oh, there's a settler spot right here. Let me actually pump out a couple of settlers as well. Ooh, trade routes. Hello? Wait, that was Cordoba was a great trade route. What? Was it not? Oh, it's all empire and treasure resources. That's why. Yeah, I should probably ally with Isabella.
The city.
Ooh. Play 15 relics. Keep your final belief. All right, she is hostile with Xerxes. I think we're getting to the point. Oh, she's at war with Saida as well. That's crazy. Moscow is growing. Very good. All right, urban planning is down. Let's go for discovering calculus next. And then let's see. Let's look at the yeah, no, actually the trade route. Let's look at avail or unavailable trade route screen. And I want to go to I'm not in range with Simone. Can I sort by resource count? I can. Let's go. Okay, I'm starting to really like this screen. Xerxes has camels. Where? Leon. Ooh. I can't trade there? Oh, there's the camels in Haran. Ooh, Machu Picchu is available. Buildings in the settlement gain culture and gold adjacency for mountains. I wonder if snowballs paired with poor leaders, like, say, Amina in Russia. Oh, boy. 3 food and happiness on quarters in the settlement. That's so good. I would love building a bank. I know there's a lot of war stuff we could be doing right now, but I am just enjoying the eco right now. Honestly. Get a food and production here. Too many choices. War would be making this go a lot longer. I gotta be honest. Also, I don't want to go to war with Xerxes. I have trade routes with him right now. Scanning relic there. Oh, the White Tower, dude. Happiness in the settlement for every traditional slot in the government. You know, that's a lot weaker than it used to be. Just because of how it's structured. Actually, how many traditions we have? We have 5 traditions? That's not bad, dude. Yeah, I'm trying to just rush to modern age so we can have fun exploring that, though. I'm not too worried about having my civs follow my religion either. I'm not keeping my religion next age. All right, let's get a sawmill here. Please don't.
The spear.
You get enough war with Paisley. I did a lot of war, even multiplayer war over the weekend, so I'm feeling like chilling. All right, my cities do follow my religion. Moscow needs to follow my religion, though. Sweet. Our cities are specializing. Let's start boosting our science up. Treasure convoys are coming in hot. Dang. Masses is good. Now, if this was a trade route, no, we don't have land trade route extensions anymore. Improve trade relations. Ooh, her science is getting pretty high, isn't it? There we are. Unlock the product as well. I'm already running steel tech. Let me get research collaboration with her again. Couple more resources. Again, assigning these to my cities to get the production in them. Military. She really likes military aid, doesn't she? Oh, my scout was stuck in here for a while. Open markets. I don't need open markets. Actually, I need science now. So we got up to urban planning. Let's actually start teching up into science to get up to futures tech as well. Also grabbing these innovations or these masteries for innovation points. Discovering calculus. Scientific attribute point and 2 siege units. Awesome. There's El Escorial. Let me get the universities online. Actually, observatory specifically. And Moscow might not need a... No, Moscow should definitely specialize. What's the best adjacencies here? That's a 2. This is a 3. $62 science. Oh, I forgot I could settle there. I could squeeze that settlement in. Right, from the capital, sure, I'll squeeze in there. Hey, Paisley, how you doing? Oh, buy 2 settlers up here? Yeah, grab this island before someone else does. Oh, right. I need to actually look at... Not in progress. Scientific ones. Oh, techs and masteries is 1 population in cities. Maybe you don't rush Future Civic then. Paisley, I would love to chat with you at some time. I saw you were making a post about your feelings on triumphs. I'd love to talk to you. I'd love to talk to you about triumphs and your opinions on them sometime. Are we going for economic victory? We are not. We're going for scientific victory. We just happen to have like these really easy distant land settlements. I'm trying to play the full like game because I keep winning like at the top of modern era, and like not really seeing the full modern era. So I'm going for scientific victory. We're hitting all of the milestones. We have incredible yields. I was able to stay out of war this whole game too, which has been very helpful because Xerxes has been warring Hatshepsut instead. And we basically simming. We have our tundra cities, 1, 2, 3. We have a few towns here, and then these islands were just open and just like I have settlement limits. So like yeah, like you don't need to go to distant lands anymore, and I like that flexibility. But this game was like it's literally free money, so we went for them. Let's go Valencia. Oh, I need to. Okay, next turn. Oh, you as well. I need a lot of influence. I do like, so I like the triumphs. Ooh, how do I explain this? So I like triumphs in its current form more than I like legacy paths. The way, but it has nothing to do with how triumphs are actually structured or how legacy paths are structured. The reason why I like the triumph system is literally because you could only take 3 dedications. And I know a lot of players have been having feelings about like, wow, we used to get like 12 points, all these attribute points, so many different things with legacy paths, but that was exactly what was wrong with it, in my opinion. You could only pick one golden age, but you got so much value in doing all 4 legacy paths and doing them all the way through every single game. So you felt like you had to always go to distant lands because it was the only way to get your economic attribute points, not even the dedication points, but just like the extra, like I had so many games in multiplayer where players thought they were completely irrelevant if they didn't get their full like 12, or I guess at that point it was like 10 points in antiquity, and they would like just kind of like quit. The being limited to 3 dedications means like you could pick the 3 and then ignore the rest, right? Like we're tracking them here. There's obviously a lot to be said in terms of the screen and how much it just overwhelms you with information. I had really early ideas about legacy paths and doing like the first legacy path could open up 2 different pathways, right? Where you could complete economic victory in multiple ways. My idea in terms of making dedications a little bit less overwhelming is oh yeah, Pace is over on Twitch right now, by the way. So when you open up the triumph screen, obviously there's a lot of information here. It's there's a lot going on. There's a lot of decision paralysis of being just thrown so much information for a new player. One thing you could do is like hide minor triumphs, and by completing if there was like 1 minor triumph, like one cultural one, 1 economic one, 1 scientific one. If you completed 1, that would then unlock like the 3 pathways you could choose. That would reduce the amount of like decision paralysis stuff, but I think there's still something you got to work out there. I had a whole thing, a whole like 3-tier branching legacy path idea at one point before the workshop. But this is like the flex that people wanted, right? Like the ability to choose, like, do I want to complete 3 scientific dedications, or do I want to pick 2 of these and then go, oh, right, I didn't want this one because this was economic, right? So I picked these 2 and then pick up the cultural one. Or maybe you're playing like a hybrid econ science game, or of course you have these expansionist ones. Like the amount of customization I really do enjoy. I really like the crossplay too between like this cultural triumph now helps science victory, and this economic one helps domination. This domination one helps cultural. And I'm assuming there's gonna be a 4th scientific one that will then go back and help with econ. Or no, this one does help econ. There just needs to be another scientific one now. Anyways. But I could definitely see like I think one of your arguments was that dedications were too weak and weren't exciting enough to carry their own weight, I think. Unfortunately, read through the whole page, and I just thought, damn, this is all so boring. Kind of checklist simulator for the minor ones, and the major ones are not worth it. If it is worth it, it's just as a I need this feeling. I do. Oh man, some of them are good. Like keeping your founder belief is really good. Some of them are weak. This one's exciting for me because it changes your play style. The innovations for doing wonders. Culture and production. That's pretty, I mean, it's funny. Some of them are like unlock academies early. Like that's not actually the point. The point is that it unlocks Oxford University early, right? So you can actually guarantee getting Oxford University. Like some of them, oh, the military ones I find are very underwhelming. Like receive an army commander with 4 infantry. Like I hate these promotions. Like I really don't like these dedications. Combat strength against fortifications is actually a big deal. That is pretty good. Tourism on fortifications is really cool. All commanders granted one promotion, including future commanders. That's pretty strong. I like the idea of having, I don't know, you got to put like siege units or something in the army to make it more exciting for me. This is definitely probably a big conversation we could have at some point, though. You think there should be a minor triumph that scales per age per legacy path? So 1 expansion is attribute in antiquity, 2 in exploration, the way the players actively compete for a goal. Minor triumph that scales per legacy path. So like, what was it? The settle 8 settlements gives you... Oh, I don't like how settling 8 settlements was changed to 1 expansionist attribute point. I didn't like that. The 2 settlers was, I think, good to remove, but the 1 expansionist point wasn't quite it for me. You feel the opposite since you only pick 3, hide the major, and show the minor ones on top. The players who like leader building through legacies have a viable build. Army commander with 4 promos would be better than infantry, especially if you have moving into modern. Oh yeah, that would be really... If you gave me an army commander with... Yeah, army commander with 4 promotions, I would be excited about. I'd be very excited for that. Paisley, I guess my question for Paisley would be... Oh, geez, the crisis started. I guess what I want to know is what was more exciting about Legacy Paths than this? Was it simply like the UI and watching the scroll bar go across? I don't know. We should definitely have like a sit down. I've been playing around the idea of having like dedicated videos where I talk with creatives about what they think about the workshop, and getting like a lot of our thoughts out there. Maybe I'll have to talk to you at some point though. Somewhere where it's more of an open mic conversation though, for sure. Oh, the plague's here. Divine Punishment and Divine Mercy. I always forget which one of these is which. Legacy paths are a good way to teach new players how to begin the game. Absolutely agree with you, Blackfire. I think the major issue with triumphs and how this is so overwhelming. This is ridiculously overwhelming. And they have like the early legacy path system, or the classic triumph set, but like damn, like this is a lot to stare at. No, you think people, Paisley, you think people understood the legacy path had potential to be flexible, not that it was already good. Do you also see the image of the attached to the post? I did, Paisley. Let me actually pull that up, because I did think that was actually very interesting to talk about. So Paisley was, if we go ahead and go to the Discord, let me go to, this is obviously, you know, public, so it's fine. Let me see. Paisley. There's also like a high traffic search feature here, so you can find like the high search, or the high, like the one that have a lot of comments and a lot of upvotes, which is nice. Oh, this is it. Triumphs are fundamentally boring. So I did like this image that you had posted here, Paisley. So there's this like, oh my goodness. Hello? Jump to top. So Paisley was talking about this is of course this is a whole thing you guys can look into at some point. But basically what Paisley was talking about here is having multiple pathways to completing one big like legacy path bar. And I think this is very interesting. So having this would actually be a way to bring back Dark Ages and Golden Ages in a way that would be actually very natural. So, for instance, you get a like triumph point here for like every assigned resource, or 2 triumph points every trade route, or 3 triumph points for every gold building, or 3 per trade route pillaged. So you have multiple ways to add to your economic pulse or your economic score throughout the age. And the higher you got this bar, the more things you can unlock, right? So economic dedications, rewards for the next age. If you got, I mean, these are the dedications you can unlock. So gold towards purchasing buildings, trade route limit with all leaders, merchant at the start of the age. But also, I guess it would be bringing back the point systems, the attribute points as well. JLA, I'm fine with 3 dedications. I think it's going to also include the wildcard ones like 2 free merchants, 2 settlers, keep your cities, etc. That should be as a free +1 dedication. I understand the wildcard dedications are for players that didn't complete dedications. So like the players that aren't doing well, they also have an option. I would like the moving capitals to be free again, because I think that's fun. You like the RP of legacy paths? Triumphs are civ based. Legacies are leader based, in your opinion? Ooh, wait a second. I like the roleplay of legacy paths. Triumphs are civ based and legacies are leader based. The joy of building out your leader through legacies is cool for RP. This time I'm more Ibn. Next time science. Night traffic, anything from Paisley. Interesting. Oh, high traffic is anything Paisley posted. That's huge. Yeah, definitely. And then you only have 3 points to spend on 6 options. Would you have to pick? Could you pick and choose between economic and like a different path, like the scientific one, though? It also, I guess my question is, like, are these unlocked? Let's see, abundance, Silk Roads, Midas Touch. Oh, okay. I guess my question is, when are these unlocked at different bar lengths, and do they get better as you go? I guess I could read through the rest of this, but you could do all sorts of tweaking and balancing with this. I think I agree with you that there's definitely something missing with a Triumph system currently. And I'm not sure what it is. I think the biggest positive thing that happened with Triumphs has nothing to do with the Triumphs. It's just the limitation to dedications, and how if you just limited how many points you could spend or remove how many attributes you could get from legacy paths, it would have done the same thing. But this is definitely way more sandboxy, way more pick your path, which I do enjoy. There's literally games I completely shut this off and I completely ignore it, and I don't even care what I'm doing. And then the dedications, by like the end of the age, I start figuring out what dedications I might be able to grab. Especially when I'm playing like a food or production civ. Whoa, why is this blue? It's definitely a conversation I feel like needs to be like a one-on-one conversation though. What's missing with Triumphs are ways to get attribute points. See, JL, they removed that on purpose though. Oh man. So I agree with you. They removed the attribute points, and that definitely feels like it's missing. But at the same time, they did that on purpose, because if you could get attribute points by completing, like, say, every time you complete a triumph, you got another attribute point, players would feel the need to try to complete all the triumphs in one game. And then you would be right back in the same boat. It would be nice to have minor triumph options that reward attribute points. I would say I would be more open to completing the minor triumphs and getting attribute points that way. You just have to limit how many are available. They also want to make attribute points a lot less easy to pick up. Like they want these decisions to have more impact and not to have just all of them. I have a lot of them, but that's because I picked up the mementos, right? For attribute points? No, diplomatic attribute point. Oh, I started with cultural and science. Oh, science for great works on display. I forgot about that. Holy cow. Oh, the pavilion has great work slots too. Yeah, I'll definitely message you sometime, Paisley. You like 3 different ways to get an expansion at this point? Just limit to one of each per age. They would have to be a limit, yeah. Have a few triumphs give you attribute points. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that would be very easy actually. If there was like a cult, like every, yeah. Yeah, you could totally have a cultural triumph that gives you a cultural attribute, and a diplomatic one that gives you diplomatic, and a gold one that gives you gold. Like that would be a very easy way to fill out the minor triumphs. I wonder if they're trying to have less triumphs or more. It's confusing when they have, some of them have 2 and then some of them have 1. Like I don't know, like are they trying to make it 2 for each? I think they're trying to leave it on 4 for the victory condition major triumphs, and then 3 for the non-victory condition ones. I think that is a path that they're trying to pick. But yeah, there's definitely a lot going on this screen. Ooh, culture boost. Oh, I don't need the culture boost. I need a civilian production there, actually. That's fine. That's fine. Ooh, resource density in cities and homelands. 10 trade route range for trade routes. Sick. You know what that means? I could probably trade up this way now. Oh, 440 gold for a merchant is crazy. Hey, I can trade with him. Wait, what? Oh, I can naval trade with these cities, but I still can't trade with this settlement. Oh, I don't have coastal access. I can't embark on this on these cities, I think. He doesn't have a fishing key on these rivers. Or I guess I can't use his harbors to... I don't know how this works. I'll have to be levels of triumphs, like the 3rd level or harder ones for the bigger rewards. Ah, yeah. So you bring it back a progression system. Oh, you know what? Ah, okay. You guys want to know what my idea was in terms of the legacy paths? So let me just pull up paint. In terms of how legacy paths worked. Hello. Oh, Jesus. I don't know how to use paint, actually. I'm a content creator. I don't know how to use paint. People just pull this up. Legacy paths were just like a linear pathway where you had to do the exact same thing to get like 3 levels. So it's like you had to build 2 wonders, right? And then you would have to build 5 wonders and 7 wonders. What I wanted to do was to have legacy pathways be branching. So, for instance, to start the cultural pathway, you would always have to build like 1 wonder. Oh my goodness, this is not working. So, but when you built 1 wonder, then those would branch into 2 different pathways from there. And then you could build the, like, say you could build 3 wonders for one option. Or in antiquity, then you could go into the cultural pathway, like getting the, for instance, like, you know, 3 altars. And then that could then branch into like multiple pathways for there. But basically what I was trying to do was design a way to have like 1 starting point. When you open up the screen, you only had 1 option to start the cultural path. It was something easy, but it wasn't something that you could do automatically every single game. Like assigning 7 resources, I didn't want to be something. But like by actively deciding I'm going to do the first cultural rung of the ladder, it would then unlock multiple options to do the second rung or the third rung. And that was a way to bring back like great writers to the system, because you could have like, hey, maybe one of these, instead of 3 altars, that was just the example of from the Triumph system they used. But, you know, 3 wonders or recruit a great writer, you know, could be a way to bring great writers back into the game. Or maybe you build your unique infrastructure, or you do something. Not unique infrastructure, that's something you're going to do every game. But that would be a way to have like multiple pathways and multiple like major triumphs as goals that you could reach to, where you end up playing like a different direction over the course of several different games, but you had like an easy way to approach or to begin the game, because you know, you have 4 victory conditions, so you would start with 4 options, but based off of how you played, you would end up with, you know, these 4 dedications unlocked, but maybe you only had 2 dedications unlocked in scientific, or 1 in domination. And what it would avoid is this, where you have literally 30 dedications just thrown at you, and then you scroll down and then there's more dedications. Maybe there's a way you can marry them together, where you end up having, like we were talking about earlier, maybe completing the first cultural minor triumph would unlock the major triumphs for you, you know, to pursue. But I guess players also like knowing what their goal is at turn 1, so maybe that's not the best way to structure the game. Not just 1, but you can, like, say an exploration, make an expansionist point done by reaching a certain pop or a certain number of tiles owned, or 2 to 3 settlements in distant lands. And once you finish one of those things, you get the point, and you can't get any more. Okay, so limited to, yeah, the 1 triumph point. Legacy pass equals linear equals railroad. The railroad, the problem, so it was railroad for 2 reasons. It was legacy pass were railroady because 1, there was only 1 way to earn points. So that is where Paisley's idea here answers that, where there's multiple pathways to fill up this single bar. The second part was that because you could earn the legacy, you could earn these attribute points and all these extra points and up to 12 dedication points and all this stuff, you felt like you had to do all of them. Otherwise, you're going to exploration without your max potential. So players felt like they had to do it every single game. So there's a 2-part system there. Culture building, yeah. Maybe the first one is just making an altar. Yeah, that could be that's an easy one. Not something that you do every game, but you actively do make that decision. Then you get wonders as a branch. That's interesting. Like this idea. Yeah, I think your idea would be interesting. They could probably combine triumphs on an attribute screen, doing it in the way too. I think all I really wanted was many ways to earn the same reward, like Eriscore, that adds much more replayability to you. I agree with you, Paisley. I agree with you. The multiple pathways, I think there's 3 issues. 1, you need to have multiple pathways. 2, you need to reduce the amount of I earned everything, right? Which I think the 3 dedications does well. And the third thing is you got to reduce how overwhelming this screen is. And I think that's what our little hybrid systems could be doing. You miss having 1 science tree, 1 cultural tree. I enjoy the workshop time, but I don't think the new system scratches your Civich. That's fair. More ways to do the thing is better, yeah. So this is a step in the right direction, but it's not perfect. This provides, yeah, this solves some of the issues, but doesn't quite fix everything. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. What plague are you picking here? Divine mercy or punishment? I forget what these do. But I think this is actually kind of important, isn't it? Because I was trying to make my settlements follow my own religion. Let's do mercy. Buildings, improvements, and statistics in settlements that follow your religion are not damaged by minor outbreaks. Yeah, I wanted that. My settlements do follow my religion, so I wanted mercy. If you picked punishment, it's settlements that don't follow your religion aren't punished, I think. One is a religious one, and one is medical, if memory serves, something like that. Yeah, I forget. I need to... I should play this game more. All right, let's go ahead. Let's pick up metallurgy. Spread our religion. Whoop. All right, and then, of course, we want to keep running our religion cards here. Let's try to rush through this crisis as quickly as we can, eh? And then I need to also improve trade relations. Where was it? Valencia? Yeah, I ended up spending all of my feedback focused on the syncretism option because I thought that was the most important. I felt pretty comfortable where victory conditions are going. I felt I like triumphs a lot more just because of the dedication limitation. And I wonder how much they're going to change after round 3. But I think it's worth mentioning that it is... I mean, no, just being able to figure out this sorting system might help a lot. Like, you can sort by economic, you can sort by scientific, but I want to sort by selected, right? If I, oh my god, I always click the wrong menu too. If I selected, if I tracked it, I want to set it to not in progress, because that means anything I've started. I want to set this to the ones I, like, also not completed. I'm going to set the ones that I tracked, you know? Oh, the ones you're in first in. Interesting. Oh, no, these are the first only, like first to complete only. Interesting. Crises are nothing other than late game tedium. Crises need to be reworked as well. And like they're going to rework crises. They're going to rework religion. They're gonna rework even, like, dare I say, appeal at some point. They also said they were open to reworking combat at some point. Given every Civ game has had a kind of a rock, paper, scissors between, you know, infantry, cavalry, and anti-cavalry. And then range is its own thing. They were talking about, you know, right now, like, infantry are just worse than cavalry. Because cavalry are both faster and have higher combat strength. And avoid zone of control. So they're talking about ways to make infantry better, or to introduce another type of units. Or I think they were floating a couple of ideas around. I don't know how much of that is ready to be shared, but they were talking about different ideas they could do.
When monks are righteous, Rajas are righteous.
Not interesting. Crises are not interesting to you because you always turn them off. There's a certain number of players that just don't feel like they're... So I think there's a two-part system, right? Crises are punishing, so some players aren't going to like them that are punishing. But the secondary problem is crises feel unfair, but sometimes you feel like there's nothing you can do about them. Like Plague and Antiquity, there's literally zero counterplay. And that's something that I try to point out. Even when it comes to pretty much anything that they did with Civ 7 was like on age transitions. I don't care if I lose all of my cities. I don't care if I lost my siege units, if I lost military, unless there is one way for me to choose what I could keep. So the Silk Roads allowed you to choose to keep your cities at the expense of something else. Army commanders allowed you to bring military units with you. You were allowed to keep adjacencies for certain buildings based off of Golden Age dedications, right? The siege units, I was okay with siege units on launch being not carried over because catapults were unlocked at machinery, right? Remember on launch, catapults were unlocked at machinery, so they didn't carry over from antiquity. I was okay with that, but I wanted there to be one way for you to bring siege units with you. And my suggestion was to making the Golden Age dedication for military instead of bringing like one military unit, one infantry for every city you conquered. Like, give me an army commander with 2 siege units in it, and unlock machinery for free. And I thought that was a great way. Oh, hinder finances. Dude, stop. Can I tell someone to stop sanctioning me? Can I sanction their influence? Jesus. Yeah, anyways, I think the important part is adjacency. Players want to feel like they have control in the situation. It can be challenging, of course, especially when it comes to like a crisis. It should be challenging, but there has to be counterplay. And when there is different things that you have to weigh of what to keep, the opportunity cost between different ages, of what to keep and what needs to go. There needs to be a way to keep it if you do want to keep it. Like, keeping your religion into modern age is something you can do. That's actually a really big deal. But you have to take like a Golden Age dedication for it to keep your religion. Like, that's a big deal. So I don't know. I feel like I could talk about this forever though. Cavalry shouldn't be able to fortify. Blackfire, you are 100% onto something there. And I think you're quite in line with what they were talking about. Cavalry should be for taking ground, infantry for holding ground. You guys, Blackfire and yeah, definitely. You're super into this. Brendan Burge, first time caught live. Hey, welcome in. Welcome in. Usually you have a lot more going on the stream. Usually I have my my camera and everything going on, but we're running light tonight. Welcome in. Makes no logical sense to have cavalry fortify. You're taking all these large, highly mobile units and sticking them in one spot and waiting for someone to come to you. Counter spy. Does counter spy reduce to anything to activate? Hampers any convert actions you suspect another leader is taking against you. Doubles the time to complete. Increases failure chance by 30%. And increases reveal chance by 30% for espionage action. It doesn't reduce his sanctions with me, but it is something I could do. I could also hinder some. I could sanction him back. I could definitely sanction him back. I was trying to trade with him, actually. All right. Oh, we have production buildings, armorers. I want to get these online. Get these online. Of course, I have my production building, and then I need another production building and production building. So I'm really trying to experiment. Oh, hello. With this idea of keeping your production buildings completely ageless and playing that through all 3 ages. I think that could be really cool. And never overbuilding them. All right, we got a random tiny town here. This thing will specialize very quickly. Get that. Boom, boom, boom. 4 population already. Awesome. Good hit. 200 gold, but lose the unit. You'll take the production. So if you got 3 people spawn, you can only hinder one of them. I think it used to be structured that you could only counter spy 1 person at a time. Oh, but you can counter spy multiple people now. They changed that. There's a lot of people complaining about that early on. Can't wait to try out the update for yourself? Hell yeah. I do gotta say the update is a ton of fun. The update is certainly it is fun. Of course, I'm someone that enjoyed Civ 7 where it was. I was honestly getting a little bit bored. I think certain pain points still hurt me, like UI. Oh, that's worth 5 treasure fleet points. Holy heck. This is worth 7. Oh, dude, if you had that wonder, that would actually be really valuable. You could get the 10 points for ship for the treasure convoy if that was a city. All right, there's another merchant. How many Empire resources we got set up right now? Quite a bit. T gives science and production in cities, doubled in homelands. Wow, that's good. That's really good. They changed it, good. What victory conditions have I tried this workshop? This workshop, I've done cultural. I did a split military and culture. I actually won domination, turn 4 of modern. Because I triggered it on the last turn of exploration. Ooh. Ooh, shoot. The plague's here. Let me see what I can do for buying physicians. So this becomes in unrest. Which means I can't actually buy things. I actually need to buy them over here in the capital. And send them over here to try to fix the plague. Where else was there a plague? Just Moscow. Alright. I think you should probably look into pre-producing physicians in your major cities as well. Oh, bridges. Bridges. This is something else that needs reworked. Bridges need to be changed. Bridges have... It's so funny. Antiquity bridges give 4 gold on a tile and have 2 happiness maintenance. Medieval bridges, you can overbuild and it'll function like a bridge again, but it's only 4 gold still, but it has higher maintenance, which is silly. It's actually really, really funny, but that's something that needs to be reworked for sure. Oh, do I need to actually... Yeah, I need to reconcile to get trade routes with him. I've played every victory condition, though, between the 3 workshops, multiple times. Military... I've won domination very early, but it's funny because you can't... now with the happiness changes, you really have to focus on when you push and when you sit back and sim. And I think that's actually very interesting to me. I know a lot of players don't like being slowed down in their military victories, but I think the puzzle is actually very, very interesting now. Ooh, expansionist. Growth rate in cities? We're going for a lot of cities, so let's go here. All right, it's time for future civics too. You're gonna be in withdrawal after tomorrow morning? I wish I could just run Civ. Oh, guys, if you are in workshop, if you don't close Civ, you get to play it for a little bit longer. Just so you know. It doesn't cut off immediately. Oh, does that production queue actually finish here? And I think we just keep this as is. Oh, science but culture? That's actually a big deal. Tell me more. I do like the new commerce screen. Again, what they need to add is they need to add UI scaling because when you open this up, it's so freaking big, dude. Like, look at this. Look, there's so little room for your resources, and this scroll bar is a pain. But if you just add proper UI scaling, it like literally fixes the problem. substantially. You won in turn 4 in Modern. I had a game I won in turn 50 Exploration. I was so disappointed. You won turn 50 Exploration? That's actually so impressive. I'll find your victories. Oh, it takes on victories even hotter. Ooh, victory conditions. All right, so I think there's things that work really well for victories, and I think there's things that don't work well. I like the fact that every single one of them has a type of, you can always push faster to victory. You can do like the whole speed run-esque, every turn matters until it doesn't because you hit a turn counter. But I would say in multiplayer, the turn counter was actually really fun. I know, Paisley, you were talking about the repetitive actions in terms of earning like things like GDP. What I don't like is how arbitrary the score threshold feels. Like jumping from 6 times to 4x to 3 times to 2x, just because it's 20% of the age, it feels very random and arbitrary to me. So how you get around that, I'm not exactly sure. But it's something I'm definitely been feeling. Oof. You're hurt. All right, we're getting to the end of this age. Soon. Do we actually do some late era war? Is Science Victory the only path that is actively prevented in exploration? Yeah, Science Victory can only be accomplished in modern era. The reason being, cultural, economic, and military are the victory by dominance games, and you cannot, you have to win these by having a higher score than everyone else. Science Victory is still a space race, though. Getting to 100 points just activates your turn timer, the 10 turn countdown, and it's impossible to get to 100 points before modern era. But specifically in Scientific Victory, you need to have a actual active spaceport too. So for 10 turns, and that's actually kind of the more important part. You technically don't have to do the final capstone project. You technically don't have to do the moon project. You just have to have an active spaceport, which is its own different little weird thing. Hey, look, we got a vision built. What does this even mean? Okay, my unrest is gone. I don't know why I was able to build that. But oh well, here we are. Oh, buy the 2 settlers? Oh, I do have a lot of gold. Ooh, 2 settlement capacity? Yeah, you're right. Let's go settle that island. Hospitals, banks, medieval walls, wonders. Oh, you know what? Oh, Machu Picchu can't go there, though. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. Nice little spot for a Machu Picchu. Barbador, though. 3 food and happiness and quarters in the settlement is really strong. That kills a tile, though. I wanted to have unique improvements somewhere. Let's see. Managery feels decent. I actually don't know what I'm doing here. Hey, look, we got Trebs. Scientific point. Nice. Science in towns. Maintenance, maybe. I actually want the maintenance here. Alright, I need to get my boats home. Actually, he's going to explore. Where's my admiral? Relationship of unfriendly to start with. Improve trader out. A hostile. Okay, well, this merchant needs to go somewhere else then. City has the ick. Oh no. An easy change, making science victory is locked in regard to imbalanced game design. It actually is really hard to win in exploration, but making one that pass actually impossible feels wrong. So it's actually really interesting. The victory conditions are structured in a way where cultural, economic, and military are all victory by dominant systems. And you are supposed to be able to win these if you have a significant advantage or significant lead on other players. However, by the very end of Modern Era, the threshold is only to be 1.25x another player. They found, though, that when some games are very, very, very close, they needed something else to happen to actually call a winner. So what they ended up doing is they ended up making Scientific Victory still be the capstone project, and it's still a space race. But the point of the Scientific Victory operating differently is that Scientific Victory is what is won if no one ends up winning, having a significant advantage on any of these three thresholds. Which I would say, yeah, cool. That's neat. However, at the same time, that's what Score Victory was for. So Scientific Victory has somehow turned into a Score Victory a little bit. I understand having Scientific Victory be its own, like, capstone project, but at the same time, you don't want to have it to be just launch the capstone, like, space project, because you want to actually reward players that do all of the like, the mid-era projects, right? Like the heliocentric model, discovering calculus. You want to have a way to win Scientific Victory throughout all three ages and have a score system that actually matters. So by doing all these products, I'll be able to win Scientific Victory even faster. But I don't know. I would have to figure out a different way to design Space Victory. I don't know. We are on regroup right now. Also, I need to actually start making sure that I get my city center district yield. So what this is 84. Yeah, that's at least 75 already. Oh man, I wish there was a way to see the inherent adjacency. 34 there. Crazy. 36 here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Technically, this has an adjacency with a temple. So the happiness actually goes up quite substantially there. Ooh, yeah. That's 52 already. That's crazy good. I could also settle this tile over here. And get this little tri-system set up. Ooh, swapping tiles, that's fun. Honestly, I felt like they didn't want to get rid of the space race and just did a haphazard redesign. Well, it's... Oh, man. I don't know how I feel about Scientific Victory, because, like... Technically, you can win Science Victory without even doing the final space project, if you already had 100 points. But at the same time, I want to reward someone that goes so hard on every single science project and all the innovation points early on. That's what we're trying to do tonight, is I wanted to... Oh my god, it's midnight. Shh. How am I supposed to finish this game? I got a whole other era to play. Whoops. Hey guys. Well, my girlfriend's not home, so she can't stop me. She can't stop me from continuing to play. Oh, the bad UI does need fixed, yeah. If Science Victory is locked until at least mid-modern age, they need to have it set up so the player in first for Science Victory increases the threshold for victory of the other paths. Ooh. They need to have it set up so that the player in first place for Science Victory increases the threshold of victory for other pathways. Oh, chew. Wait, that's cool. So instead of having the thresholds drop at like age progress marks, where it's like 20%, 50%, 60%, where it goes from 4x to 2x to 3x, have the scientific victory like progress be what drops the threshold for point goal. So the further someone is in scientific victory, the smaller the threshold for victory for culture is. Oh, but I guess you could probably try to game the system though. Like that would probably disincentivize people from doing victory points in mid-game. I think there's something there. Can't sleep when we're dead. True. Oh, it's not midnight where you're at. It's 9 p.m. So I should pretend it's like it's 9 p.m. here. True. Did you even make it in modern era in my playthroughs? Once cut down so bad. So it's interesting. So they're doing okay. Making it to, not making it to modern era. I think that says more about the AI than it says about the game design. Personally. Because players are just really good at snowballing, and we have again brought back the snowball to Civ 7. This is why I'm trying to play Science Victory here, and specifically avoiding like you know going crazy on culture. Culture is also too easy to win right now. Culture Victory is too easy right now. At the same time, allowing you to win in exploration era, if you're like 6 times the number of players score, is literally their answer for players quitting because they're too far ahead and can't be bothered anymore. Like you literally can win early on, which I think that is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot going on. I'm gonna build much of each because I can. Gain 100 science. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Culture was the one you won quick. I think Culture Victories just needs to be tuned a lot. Hey, 10 turns. Nice. Now, do I spend 10 turns just crushing Xerxes and stealing cities quickly? It's gonna be 16 settlement limit at the top of the age, though. So maybe I say I've had enough. He's still sanctioning me, dude. Stop it. You're really not helping your situation, dude. Resort towns are too strong. Agreed. Oh, we're at tier 3. Oh, baby, dude. Oh, my goodness. Hey, let's build another wonder, because why not? Three out of 5. There we go. All right, I'm gonna bring my commander up. You don't like working towards victory from turn 1. The actions get repetitive and the sandbox is gone for you. Dare I say, are they railroady? Oh, yeah. So it's interesting, Paisley, because I see it differently than you do in terms of playing towards your victory condition. I actually think that's probably the strongest part of this version. Legacy Pass felt so disconnected. Like, all right, culture victory, build 7 wonders, and then screw your wonders. Get your relics. All right, you got your relics? All right, screw your relics. Now get artifacts. I did like the capstone products, though the capstone products felt too much like all same like science victory version. What I do like about the legacy, like the triumph system now, is that the triumph isn't the only thing. Civ is a game as a one more turn. We understand like the one more turn itch. The one more turn itch is having such an overlapping, such clearly engaging and overlapping short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals where you're like, all right, I'm going to play one more turn just until I do this. But then once you do that, you're like, oh, but in that time, I made a longer-term goal that I'm going to do this. And then I also had, now this war started. Now I need to finish this war. Like, and I think the minor triumphs, the major triumphs, and your victory conditions structure themselves naturally to be minor triumphs of your short-term goal. Your major triumphs are your long-term or your mid-term goal, and then your victory condition is your long-term goal. I also like once you finish all the triumphs that you wanted to do, you can continue to build towards your victory condition every single turn. Every single turn has agency. Every single turn has something important to do, something you can build towards as that victory condition. That's why I really hate the victory condition countdown, because every single turn of the game, you were able to build to winning it faster, build to winning it faster. And now you have to wait 5 turns to win, which is completely counterintuitive to the way that's structured. But I would say some victory conditions can get very repetitive, specifically... Oh, okay. Economic victory, I can absolutely see how that gets repetitive because constantly slotting resources in and out, reshuffling, like to maximize GDP. Yes, 100%. Freaking hate that. But culture victory, being able to build your cultural path like the entire game, but like having multiple pathways to do it. Like you can build wonders, you could go for great works, you can focus on your happiness, you could get your resort towns, have like those super high appeal places. Also, flight is supposed to be a boost to your unique improvements. There's a bunch of different pathways to win cultural victory, so I would heavily argue that the victory conditions themselves aren't repetitive. I think economic victory is annoying, but there's so many different ways to build towards your pathway. And there's so many different ways now with like between like picking out different triumph combinations, or hey, this one you're going to build wonders to go for a science victory. Like there's a bunch of really cool, unique, interesting ways to play now. Can I ask, the first time you felt that, were you playing economic victory? Science should make the threshold for victory for all their players higher and thus harder to hit, or allow people to win science and exploration. Ooh. So a way to do science victory by victory by dominance is just to have like the whole point system here, like where, you know, but maybe that doesn't quite work out. Especially against the AI. Otherwise, science is a dead victory condition for multiplayer. I would argue science victory is not a dead condition for multiplayer. Science victory, if multiplayer, it is a competitive lobby. Science victory is where people are going to default to because players can't find, if there's a really strong cultural lead, or there's a really strong cultural defender, but you have that for all 3 victory conditions. Science victory is where people are going to try to find that final win con. Also, science victory is always something to strive for in terms of have tech advantage and yield advantage and military advantage and everything else. This is due to the split ages. We've had ages in Civ, but they've never been denied as their own minigame before. Combine the tech tree and do away with the split ages. Ah, I see. Okay, you're one of those guys. No, then you have no issues with science victory paths. If you could rush science victory through all 3 ages, I mean, the thing is, like, it's not as disconjointed as players make it out to be. Like, you're still working on setting up your economy and your science pattern and, like, the science from your previous buildings and the wonders that you need. Like, I feel like science victory still has a significant through line. More so than I would argue, man. I would argue for, like, retaining great works like your codices and stuff before I would say merge the ages, but that's just me. They need notifications of a sort instead then to give players a heads up that someone is about to win. That was something I said too, is just have a notification here instead of a turn counter. I did actually enjoy the turn counter during our game this weekend though, which was something I did not expect. And that was something that, like, we literally saw coming the entire time. But I don't know. We stopped the turn counter, but then she resumed it. It was interesting. You're never getting that far ahead in exploration and multiplayer? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. I'm one of those guys. I don't mean it like that. I don't know. So I wouldn't say, no. I don't mean it by, like, you're one of those guys. It is fun. Ooh, I'll take military aid now. There's a lot of players that are being unproductive in discourse with Civ, that literally won't be happy no matter what Civ 7 does. No, I don't think you're one of those guys. I was mostly making a joke of that. All right, this plague is crazy. Let's see. I don't know what else to build here. I guess you could technically build a menagerie, but I don't know if you want to build that many buildings. Barber Door could be interesting. Yeah, let's build that. So you have a wonder in this city. I do need a wonder because that gives me culture as well. This is 51. You get that adjacency up. 66. And keep the visions near here, near the capital. All right, if I go to war, it's gonna kill all my trade routes, but my trade routes end on the age transition anyway, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. I do have a boat here. Oh, oh my goodness, galleons. That could be interesting. You were watching and pointing it out to you? No, we all saw it coming for a while. But yeah, no, definitely. The victory condition for Augustus coming through. What we didn't expect was how quickly she would pop the resort towns and how much tourism that was.
Dwell in the high heavens, among the tempest clouds.
You love Civ 7? Thousands of hours. You got me beat then. You got me beat. So, it's interesting. I will say it's very interesting to hear. Oh, yikes, that's gross. From someone with thousands of hours in Civ 7 to still want the ages to be merged again. That is interesting. Usually that kind of thought comes from a hater, but very interesting to hear. All right. Do we go in? Do I just ally and get pulled into a war? Oh, she's at war with Saida. Yikes. Oh, we have bombards though, dude. I love bombards. Oh man, I really want this settlement here, actually. You know how I said I wasn't gonna go to war at all? Well. Oh, I need to upgrade these crossbows. Oh my goodness, now we got guns. Oh, you know what I never did was buy my observatory in this settlement. That's a really good one right there. You want a single tech tree again? I'm interested in... Oh, okay. Saida settled here. I'm interested to know how that would work. The single tech tree deal. It could work, though. I'm not saying it wouldn't. You have to figure it out. I wouldn't know how to figure it out, though. Leave the civic tree as is? You're fine with it, but let me go down my tech tree any way I like before doing 30 years. Interesting. I do like the ability to boost techs in the next age. So you get a little bit of a head start, but you could certainly go way more. Ooh. Plague stuff. All right, so he... Oh my god, a volcano just went off. Hey, look, we got wonders. All right, boost that tile. Hey, cool, we got all 5 tiles giving us a boost here. All right, he wants to hit our... Dude, stop trying to sanction me. I'm getting pissed off at you. All right. Science in towns and distant lands. Science for allies. Man, how do we form alliances here? She's allied with Xerxes. If I go to war with Xerxes, I go to war with Zaida. Which means I need to have my boats here ready. And I have units here. Oh, I could take that settlement, though. You know what? Let's see what happens. We'll hit Future Civic again. The new Civic tree is excellent. Absolutely. Xerxes does that shit to you all the time. Hilarious. Menageries are probably something I should be considering. Because the happiness is just always going to be good for me. Oh, as much as I want to overbuild and put a hospital... No, I don't want to put it here. It's really nice adjacency, but I'd rather just overbuild these old buildings. I want to overbuild the market, though, not the garden. Yeah, let's overbuild them both. I can't believe that just happened. Wow. That volcano really hurt here. All right. I have 3 or fewer cities right now. Alliances, I don't know what's going to happen. Take the science on towns, it's fine. Holy plague. Oh, not in my major cities. All right. Remove the unrest. I don't even know how this stuff works. I'm not gonna lie. The plague is now gone? No? Does anyone actually know how the plague works in Exploration Age? Did I get my 7 universities? I didn't really need 7 universities. I picked the dedications. I had my 3 dedications completed. The 2 innovation wonders is what I was looking for. GDP when a project that awards innovation is completed isn't my victory condition. Activate on an affected urban district to remove unrest from that settlement. I've already removed the unrest in this settlement. Or in this city. Ooh. Buildings and improvements in districts and coastal settlements with a dungeon are not damaged to major outbreaks. Buildings and improvements in districts and settlements with the station of the commander are not damaged to major outbreaks. Let me get culture when I treat the sick. That's fine. Alright, I'm gonna start spamming units. And I hate that these guys got hurt. That's so lame. It's gonna delay me. Alright, got a couple galleons here. Alright, it's cool. I got a little tiny town here to settle. Alright, we got our 2 commanders up front. Grab the niter. Grab the tea. Grab the fishing key. Sick. 16 out of 17 settlement element. Sweet, I can still grab a city. Moscow, I want you to build a quick... I'll buy a fleet commander next turn. Dun, 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 dun. Jerksies. You think you'd find crises more interesting if there was more of them and if they were more different? Yeah, they need a rework. There's only 3 in each age and they're the same thing in different ages. Yeah, having Plague twice could be better implemented. I think I actually really like the whole revolution crisis in exploration age because it kickstarts your government in the next age. Like, you literally get, like, early authoritarianism, which is so cool thematically, but mechanically it is much more lackluster. I definitely think there's something there, but they gotta... There's something to work on. Oh, yikes. Oh, the plague's getting bad, isn't it? But I still have no idea if it's actually bad or not. All right. How many turns we got? 5 turns. I gotta go to war. I gotta go. Let me form my allies. At a war with Saida. And also declare war with Xerxes. Open some more support with me. Oh, I'm not at war with Saida? Oh, here we are. Tomsk. Nah, someone that's under unrest too. All right, cool. We're gonna scoot in. Bring in the military. Bring in bombards. I don't know if I'm gonna take the city or not, but we can try. At least do something fun. My scout! Leon! Oh, that's a Xerxes city now. Alright, that's a future tech. 48 defense. I don't know if this war is even worth it, but I like using the units. So that's fair. Expansionist go food refund on specialists increase. Cultural boost and confirm. Yep, there's a boat there. All right, let's see. Social policies. Oh, I gotta assign something. Food and production towns in distant lands. I guess we should do a, wow. 73. Legendary fortifications. 18 for wall defense. Well, that is a lot. That's a lot more than I expected, to be honest. Wow. All right, temples. I guess these migrants have to go literally anywhere else. Xerxes has settlements all the way out this way, too. But bombards. Oh, how'd he get in that? Request military aid? I can't request it. I have to wait for someone to send it to me. Unfortunately. And the volcano went off again. Oh, no, he just hit me. Okay. Yeah, honestly, I expected this to fall a lot faster. I don't know what I was thinking. But it was fun. At least we can get some experience, though. Like, my soldiers aren't taking a lot of damage here. And there's a crossbow to pack. Yep, promotion. 2 promos. Nice. Uh-oh. Bye, walls. I forgot about that settlement being very, very alone. Oh, shoot, there's a guy here. Bye. Sounds like a problem we fix with more bombards. True. I think I have like 3 turns though. 2 turns. We could use gold to request specific endeavors with a computer. That would be neat. I don't want to lose any units, so let's step up here. Shoot the shooter. Oh, that was a lancer. Keep palace adjacencies. And yeah. Bombard promotions. Army commander. Let's go. More treasure convoys. Now, our GDP is pretty dang good now. Pretty high. Culture is actually close to Hatshepsut's. Our military victory, military score is pretty high. Technically Hatshepsut's here to defend us. Nice. Spain's here too. Nice. Hey, see you later, Paisleys. Oh, I lost a unit. Get the bombards up. Nothing to pillage on this tile? City Hall? Really? Quick war, in and out. Real fun time, right? You know, it might be actually possible to take... Oh, if I had a unit here. Alright, let me actually go through and actually gold buy the rest of the things that I probably want to keep for next age. Like the sawmill is definitely something I'm going to need. And dungeons are actually available here, which is crazy. But things like warehouse buildings are important. Actually, the kiln here I really still wanted. Oh, that's all of it. So do they divide the buildings you can build by yield with the new spec towns? Yeah, Blackfire. So the new specialized towns basically basically have a bunch of different focuses. So if you go here and you want to specialize a town, each town focus has a different type of building. So fort towns, they still heal units faster, give stronger health to walls, and give you gold on your fortifications. But you can also purchase fortifications and military buildings in the town. Urban centers, you can only buy science and culture buildings. Resort towns, you can buy happiness buildings. Fishing towns allow you to buy food buildings and water buildings. Mining towns don't let you buy any buildings, but it's just a maximum production. Trade outposts allow you to buy gold buildings, and religious sites let you buy temples for cheaper, which is pretty neat. Oh, the age is ending already. Oops. Ooh, economic point. Let's go. All right, so this is the last turn that's going to process. So what I need to do is, I don't know, kill something? Even retreat? Probably retreat. Get some experience, maybe? Pikeman. Sweet. Killed an armory commander there. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, see, this settlement would have fallen really fast if I got here quickly. Alright, 600 gold. That should be enough to transition to the next age. Let me see what else. Or is there anything important for me to buy? Not really. Now I can always buy temples to reduce the amount of unhappiness next age. But I have like 20 everywhere. Oh, except for this settlement. Oh, it's unhappy. That's why. Oops. All right. Saved by the Bell. True. I just ruined my relationship with everyone for no reason. All right, so we can go Russia, we can go Prussia, we can go a bunch of different civilizations, but obviously we're gonna go Russia here to actually play through our actual Apex age. And then when it comes to our final memento pick, I want to pick up 2 gold for every active trade route. Or 2 culture. That's actually very, very good. It's actually really nice. But we'll just load right into the next stage, guys. The gears turn, steam shatters the world, the cathedral gives way to the factory, the sail to the piston, the swish of the reaper's scythe to a hiss and clank of machines. The world is invented anew each day, broken and remade. So straight back here, wars have ended. Of course, Saida hates me now, but that's fine. We have a 17 settlement limit. So yeah, we had up to 17 before. We had additional one from a city-state, and that actually carried through on the age transition. And now it's time to try to win the game. We did complete both the products last age. We hit Future Civic. We did a bunch of things for science. So you can see here, Great Library, Age of Antiquity, Heliocentric Model, Future Civics, Discovering Calculus, architecture mastery, metalcaster mastery, shipbuilding mastery, and the House of Wisdom. So with being at already, was at 62 points. The major things for us to hit in modern era would be, of course, there's a couple of projects here. So you'll notice here at radio, you can do the radio telescope, which gives 5 innovation points. Requires a radio station, and each evolution can only complete this product once. At flight, there is the transoceanic flight, which gives you 5 innovation points there. So that'll be up to 10. Ooh, settlements from the aerodrome gain 2 tourism for unique buildings and improvements. Oh, shoot. You need a whole aerodrome, though. Dang. Okay. So 1 product, 2 project. Aerodynamics is another product. Break the sound barrier. This is another 5 innovation points for each installation that can only complete this product once. But then up to a rocketry. You can launch the satellite that reveals the entire map and gives you 5 innovation points. However, if you also get 5 innovation points for just researching rocketry. However, if I got all the way to this point and you still haven't gotten 100 points, there's also the crewed space flight preparation mission, which gives you 15 innovation points upon completion and requires a launch pad, of course. And it's repeatable. So even if you missed every single milestone up to this point, technically, if you give yourself enough time, you can just spam crewed space flight preparation. I guess before or after launch satellite to get to it. But you'll notice that's oh, then there's other innovation points throughout the tech tree on masteries. Yeah, lots of innovation points all around. But you can see from the projects you'll get there's 3. Wait a second. Launch satellite. So there's no 4th project. Or at least not the original 4th project. Oh, and there's also 3 innovation points for hitting future tech. So, but you'll notice between the projects, so there's going to be 5 points at radio mastery. There's 5 points at flight mastery. So that's 10. There's 5 points at aerodynamics mastery. And again, these are on the masteries, which means whoever's doing the science victory needs to do more text than everyone else. And then there's rocketry. 5, 10, 15, 20. Huh. What's stopping you from skipping all of these mastery projects, though, and just doing the crewed space flights preparation over and over and over again? Another thing that bothers you about how they changed the attribute system that just feels needed to make them your mementos? Oh, you feel like you go for the attribute mementos now because you're not getting them through the legacy point system. Expansionist perk is bad, but a 25% reduction to settlers from turn 1 strong. Bonus to town yields is that a tree feels necessary for civs like Muggles. You would like more ways to get attributes. So you want to see more ways to get attributes again. Okay. Blackfire, you say nothing stops you from just skipping the products and just doing the rocketry mission? I guess technically you can unlock these earlier and then you can build these while you're teching up to here. If you wait to tech all the way up to here, well, you get up here faster though because you skip the masteries. Huh. But you know what else we can do? We have a dedication that gives us innovation points whenever we build wonders in the modern age. And we have a dedication that gives us culture and production on our wonders. Woohoo! And we can unlock academics for free. Sick, dude. Now, I could actually get the specialist in the capital instead of the production, culture, and production on wonders. That's really good, though. 2 science on sawmills and grist mills? Excuse me? Oh, that was for the, crisis. That's really good, isn't it? Well, that's like 4 science in every settlement. Do I want specialist limit or do I want free for culture and production and wonders? Or retain my cities even. Or no, you don't want to retain your cities anymore because I want to have the production production scaling rerouted so that I can have really fast aerodromes built. Let's go production here. If I have a spot for Christmas, it's nice. It's just, well, I definitely want to get as much science as possible, right? Oh, but you also want as much production as possible. I think any of these 3 are pretty good here. Any of these 3. We need so much science, though. Let's do the science on the grist mills. I take a wonder if you take the wonders if you have a bunch. We do have a bunch. We have a lot of wonders. Well, this is 8 yield compared to 4. So let's do the science and production. That'll help me get my stuff online. Like, dude, look at this. Yeah, I mean, oh, wow. We're at like 18. Ooh, oh, unhappiness hit hard. St. Petersburg struggling. Wow, okay. So, we of course have Oxford University unlocked from the beginning of the game. I also need so much happiness. Why does my capital have so much unhappiness? I know it has all these buildings, but the other settlements are fine. Negative 67 deductions. Great, thank you. Thank you. Like my other settlements should be unhappy too, shouldn't they? If it's this bad. Yeah, deductions. Deductions. All right, let's just run some happiness then. And then we're back to positive happiness and 92 production. Wow. Let's sort by production here. Oh, the sorting tool is so good. But you, of course, my settlement 83, production 55, 34. Oh. Oh, that's sorted. Nice. All right, so let's get some food in Moscow, and then we, of course, have some whales to just run through here. Oh, we had actually a lot more resources. All right, cool. Settlement's back to happy. I don't know why the capital's so unhappy. I am upset with how slow some of the UI adjustments have been, that's for sure. Policy cards. We have a good one for the capital happiness. Ooh, let's try that. Policies. Oh, culture and science on wonders again. Oh my goodness. Buildings getting adjacent, happiness adjacent for wonders is also really good. But the one you're talking about, maintaining specialists, is probably a good one. Oh, divine right, 10 happiness and influence in the palace, right? Whenever you overbuild, gain science is definitely a card that needs to run here. And maintaining specialists is probably the big one for us. $13 happiness, yeah, it was substantial. So at this point, you would look at building out Oxford. But remember, we get innovation points every time we do this. All right. Now, in terms of winning the game, you also want to look into your minor triumphs. There's no major triumphs, of course, because there's no dedications for the next age, because there is no next age. So what we want to do is look at our minor triumphs. We, of course, have Dawn of the Space Race. First research flight gets 10 science on its aerodromes. First to complete break the sound barrier gets 10 production on its aerodromes. Oh, maybe this is a big reason for doing the projects, is that you get the instant reward. You get the production of aerodromes if you break the sound barrier. First to complete Operation Ivy gives you 25 Dominion points. This is actually a really big thing for defending against domination victory. Have 5 non-city center yields with 120 plus yield is 50% production towards projects. And researching all text gives you 4 production on laboratories. Researching all text, dude, the game's already over. Ooh, 2 happiness in towns on the domination path. That's fun. 20 happiness in cities, megapolis. Have a 60 specialist. Yo, that's a big deal. Improve 1 tile on all national wonders is 6 food on breathtaking tiles. That's sick, dude. The Great Banker is back. There's also a lot of influence. Ally with half the world's leaders. 3 allies gives you 500 influence. 250 happiness in 1 settlement. All right, cool. So, academies for free. Military science is boosted, so you go ahead and unlock that right away. Wow, I can't see where any of my buildings are. All right, you can build the Oxford there. Specialists, of course. These guys aren't doing much for me. I can actually work mountains now. But then, of course, Elective Republic here to get big boosts to our science for science victory. The cultural path, we can actually go to political theory. We can do modernity. Oh, maintenance towards buildings is probably important here. So let's go for that. And then, of course, I have my commanders back. Reposition with Xerxes again. Let me get my allies back too. Ally, and then actually Simone Bolivar. He's actually a good alliance as well. And look, immediately 3 allies and 500 influence. Oh, dude, that's sick. That's actually really nice. Ooh, +1 influence in all settlements, 2 new beginnings. We have 1,000 gold. Let me look at... Oh, we have a scientific city-state I want to befriend. Muscat is here. Specifically looking at the friendly ones first. There we go. We got 2 city-states on our side coming. And then we have 2 different fleets. Sweet. All right, we got our resources assigned. We have our government assigned. We have a bunch of great work slots again. And then, yeah, you just want to research flight, I guess. City states there's, yeah. Thoughts on the split between traditions and regular policy slots seems unnecessary to you? I really like the change. The tradition, the biggest reason why they added the traditions separately from regular policy slots is actually a balance concern. Because when you are playing civs, because you have to play civs that either can civ switch or you can play one civ through all 3 ages, you have to restrict what happens with in terms of how many traditions they have and how much they can run specifically. The easiest way you can look at it and be like, hey, if you have 3 Apex ages, you're going to have like 12 tradition cards. If you're playing non-Apex civs, you're going to have less traditions. They did make additional traditions to fill out the pack. The easiest way is to limit how many you can run at a time. It helps streamline how many... Basically, when you have Apex civs, they have access to unique infrastructure and unique units and unique traditions. And when you're playing non-Apex civs, you don't have infrastructure. But what you can do is you can give them more tradition cards and more tradition slots. So basically, restricting the way how many traditions you have is one of the asymmetric tools that they have in terms of balance, and it's actually very useful. All right, I think our gold per turn here is just fine, so I'll just accept here. When I was trying to write down the breakdown between how I thought to balance syncretism, that's like I really looked into it, and I was like, oh yeah, like the setting up of individual traditions separately from policy cards, it was a huge boost to balance, and I actually really like it. All right, we'll do living standards here to increase our happiness again. All right, do I want multiple cities? Here's the question. Do you only want one city now in scientific victory? Because the way it was structured before is that you don't want your aerodrome to become more expensive by having more cities. If you had one really strong settlement, you would be able to research through your techs, build your aerodrome, do your project, and then build your launch pad and do your projects and yada yada. But now there's a radio project, which does not requires a radio station. You have a transoceanic flight, which requires an aerodrome, as well as breaking the sound barrier, and you have rocketry, which requires a launch, like a launch pad. I guess the question is whether or not you have room. One city per continent should be ideal, yeah. Why do you say that? I'm pretty sure production scaling increases empire-wide, not continent-wide. Is that what you're suggesting? Right? Oh, military academies are available already. Awesome, dude. I should probably do what I can to maximize my production immediately. Specialize all towns to funnel yields. Yeah, that's a big deal. Here, let me do what I can to shovel. That's a lot of production. This someone needs a saw pit. And a sawmill. Honestly, a grist mill too. And you can immediately then focus. Now, urban centers are very good. It still can't build all the way to these side of the mountains. Obviously, resort towns are really good. Oh, this is actually a tourism generating resort town. Ha! It has 5 breathtaking tiles. If I was worried about culture victory, you could use that defensively. I could make this an urban center just so I can buy culture buildings in here. Trade outposts are back. See, this is why trade outposts, they should be available in homelands and exploration because they come back in modern. So funny. Is it worth specializing though if the capital placing special, like if the specialists aren't going to matter yet? I guess they can if I build a building that it would matter for. Tomsk. A little bit there, a little bit here. All right, I don't need fishing towns for the purchasing of water or food buildings anymore, I don't think. Now, ports are always available in towns. I probably do need a hub town. So this settlement could be a hub town. This settlement, as much as I really want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it could be a factory town. I want more migrants over here, to be honest. Okay, Kazan. What I need are science buildings, to be honest. Losing religion in town actually hurts here, because, like, how else are you going to get happiness in these big towns? Does be an urban center. Urban center, urban center. Urban center. And my distant land towns are actually still growing just fine. How are my ocean tiles better than my coast tiles? Ooh, 9 food in towns. Let's go. Alright, influence-wise, I also need to buy a bunch of merchants. Merchants also give me culture now. And I need to immediately do research collaborations and cultural collaborations. All right, there's the steam engine. So we also have the ironworks ready. We need to go up to electricity for laboratories. We got Cordoba trade route. Leptis. No, there's so much wine over here. All right, bunch of resources assigned. Awesome. Next, I want to try to buy ports and also production in St. Petersburg. I guess this town could probably actually be an urban center soon. Ten turns to grow. Yeah, funnel all the food to the capital. What's the continent split? Good question. What are these continents? What? Bro, these Pangea and Mu so big. And then there's like 4 continents here. What in the world? That's hilarious. All right, new tradition slot. Hell yeah, dude. So let's go for the production boost. Nope. Buildings get happiness adjacency for wonders is actually really good for us. All right, let's go for another city-state. 1, 2. That one's being befriended. Geneva. Oh, there's a culture one. Let's go for Geneva because they're just fun. All right, so Russian traditions. We finally got our unique infrastructure. Can we place on 2 culture or place on tundra terrain, 1 food in all farms in this settlement? Sick. 15% production in cities, 20% production in cities in tundra, and negative 15% growth rate in cities. Table of ranks, Hermitage unlock. 5 cultural settlements that have a great work on display have 3 artifact slots. All right, we also are unlocking our traditions here. 4 science in cities and more science in cities in tundra. Do you ever choose a scientific and choose institute? Institutes look really good. I haven't played with them enough to really know. Choose Vienna at this type of talking. I was thinking about it. Looks like Saida is already doing it. Oh, hello, Vienna. Hi. Is there a ball? Am I invited? Please tell me I'm invited. All right, I need production in the capital to get Oxford. Let me try to gold purchase the ironworks. I'll place this right here. Try to get adjacency on the palace as well. And there's our unique infrastructure. Sick. Let me place that right there. Ah. It's a farm. Nice. No, I lost Oxford. God damn it. Turned 5 Oxford? Are you serious? How else am I supposed to compete? Ah. Lame. So I gotta build Oxford then. Or Hermitage. DDA cheat, true. Xerxes do be hating me. Oh, I told you guys to go over here to the south. Lame. All right, trade capacity is filling up. Nice. I need to get my resources. We'll go up to urbanization next. Get another science boost. You remember, you should be spamming wonders. Oh, that's the thing. I actually can spam wonders. So I do need multiple cities. So that's it. I'll just make cities so I can spam wonders. Cause right, we get points for that. Assigning new tradition production in cities, huge. Production for wonders? Yeah. $118, $115 production, really good. And you make cities if there's room for wonders. Otherwise, then I'm not going to. How do they build Oxford? You had Academy since turn 1 and start production on turn 1 and had 1 cards in. How much production do they have? Yeah, it's a really good question. Look how many great work slots we have in Capital too. Jesus. Oh, speaking of, I should probably switch to natural history to get great works again. It really do be like that sometimes, though. All right, military academy. So production. And they're gonna put even more production down. So we have all these production buildings sitting next to each other. And look at this. Our specialists are going crazy. Also have a port. This I can overbuild. Specifically that wharf, because we don't need that. %, everything, yeah. Yeah, I think the DDA production is crazy. Crazy high like that.
Kings.
Production overbuilding is actually a big deal. So let's run that card. Come back, let's get natural history. And here are our institutes. 5 science, 2 science on adjacent wet or vegetated terrain. That's really good, man. Production towards building is probably going to be our caps or a bottleneck, though. 25% production towards projects and cities with a science building is a big deal. I think our science is going to be pretty high. I wonder if it's a production that's probably going to be on behind. So let's go for the production here. And let's go for... Oh, rare metals gives 10% science in the capital. Oh, 3 gold for every active trader out. Is very good, though. So let's go for that one. Now, are there any other scientific city-states? Don't think I saw any. No, unfortunately not.
I died from the mineral and I...
Was it Egypt? Good question. She has the science, but... The giant blue building. Yep. Yep, there it is. Oh, she has the production on wonders, too. Alright, let's get to the next tradition card from our Russian techs. We got 1,000 gold right now. Let me actually just gold buy the rest of that 40 gold for the port. 2 resource slots. Plug in some good stuff for this capital. 148 production now. Great. Not gonna be able to fit a port in this city, though. Honestly, this settlement actually could be a city. They have a bunch of spots for resources. St. Petersburg only has 1 happiness. That's insane. So I guess we gotta overbuild some of our culture buildings for that. Oh, but let's see. We built the Hermitage. That should have gave us space victory points. I don't see it. Wasn't I already at 64? Yeah, I'm thinking about building Red Fort too. It's only 4 turns. I was gonna try to get the production buildings first, but we'll see. I don't think Red Fort goes really fast. Right, there's urbanization, technology. Yeah, we're speeding through techs. I need production here. Let's go up to radio. Military Academy. Place this. Actually, just buy it. And then you can build something. Let's build that Red Fort. Wonder if there's other wonders to be keeping an eye out for, though. Like, what are our key wonders to build in Modern? There's not a ton in the tech tree. Ooh, 3 silence on display. Great Works is pretty good. Oh, that's a policy card. Maybe Artifact Wonders, Taj Mahal, World Fair. I don't know. I'm still trying to decide how expensive to make my city. Like, how many cities we need. I don't want, like, 4 cities, because that's 40% more expensive aerodromes and spaceports, which is substantial. So I'm trying to figure out the balance there. Let's get the specialist maintenance back. All right, 34 happiness back in the capital. That's freaking amazing. Let's run our... Department stores are also resource capacity, which is a big deal. Man, you need to be able to check where the specialists are. Oh, you can check where your specialists are. Neat. 2 out of 5 here. All right. Time for schoolhouses. Hey, thanks for the follower. Eiffel Tower. I'm pretty sure Eiffel Tower is definitely a tourism wonder again. It gives you... Where is it? Culture and tourism on quarters in this city. So we're actually going towards that. Oh, we have 2 settlement limit as well. This is the part of the game where it's like, hey, you should probably go into war, right? You are allied with Xerxes still. Alright, Moscow definitely wants support. Here's Geneva. Happiness and happiness buildings. Social policy slot. Oh, those actually get really good throughout the game. Ideological revolt is hilarious. Supporting endeavors and sanctions. Speaking of, I should start spending my influence. Let's do happiness and happiness buildings and call it a day. Let's do science and cultural again. Oh, yikes. That's a massive flood. Oh, why am I repairing buildings but I have to overbuild them anyways? Victory tier has dropped. We're at 20% of the age. I'm not worried about anyone winning. I could definitely steal tech as well while we're at it. Oh, Red Fort was built. Man, I just want to take her cities. All right, capital. You want me to pillage? There's science buildings up. Schoolhouse. Funny how there's actually room here for 4 settlements. Hard to resist the urge to war. Yeah, absolutely. Now, if they just made raiding as strong as it was in Civ 6, then it's like, yeah, no, you gotta. Ooh, scientific point. Hey, I actually have allies this time. It's like a lot of science. Oh wow, science, more science. And then we do science and specialists. We have 3 or fewer cities again. All right, radio is complete. Let me go to the radio telescope project next. Ooh, I like my reefs. All right, there's our full Russian civics filled out. Let's go up to social question next. See what else we can get. Eiffel Tower? That just seems fun, man. Nice, another tradition slot. Buildings towards buildings for every tech mastery completed this age. Let's see. Oh, we also get combat strength in Tundra. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude.
The memory of
Alright, I'm starting getting a lot of influence, and I don't know what to do with it. Now we got a cultural attribute point. Culture for allies. Yeah. Alright, I do need to actually buy my first explorer so that we can start looking into where the artifacts are. Can't let the AI have all the fun. Improve a few trade relations with everyone. Buy a couple more merchants. Let's see what else happens here.
I died from the milk. We are now.
Alright, so the radio product is complete. We also got innovation points just for doing that. We're at 66 points. I don't think I ever got points for that wonder. For Hermitage. Choosing technology. Next goal is going to be... Actually, we need... Ooh. I would say flight, but honestly, factories are a really big deal. So let's get rail stations and everything. Ooh, this wonder gives you 2 culture and gold on wonders in this settlement. Whew. Jeez. All right, let's run the food and production on distant land settlements. So those get online. So the capital needs to build the... Well, honestly, it's... Yeah, the capital needs to build the radio station. So that I can do that special project. And let's do our first research. Oh, next turn. Trade with Valencia. Ton of whales here. Flight cranks your science. 10 science on aerodromes. Oh, if you get science. What really cranks your science is factor resources, though. Remember, because look at all this T. This is 3 science empire-wide as long as you slot it in anywhere. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18% science as soon as I get a factory down. Which is a really freaking big deal. All right, so that you can see the AI are starting to do their research for artifacts. There's only 2 on all of Mu. One of them's here, one of them's there. So I'll have to buy the 2 of those quickly.
And was Jerusalem.
There's industrialization. So we're gonna go up to factories next. Need the rail station and it costs a lot, or we're making some gold, I think. All right, this town can focus. Hang on, let me buy that explorer. Get the two of these guys moving. You don't feel torn with Catherine because you're like, all right, culture, science, great works, but science. I need my artifacts, but I need science. And I need my everything else but science. All right, Antananarivo can be brought on side. Mail. All right, Eiffel Tower is about to be built. This should give me a ship that has a joined democracy. Nice.
The tower can live on itself.
There it is, the Eiffel Tower. Point being, if you're only one tech away from flight, maybe it's worth getting that while being the rail station since you get the factories down anyway. True.
The one
We'll go combustion then. All right, so the Eiffel Tower here. That should be actually a big boost to our tourism. Actually, it was not that big. I keep forgetting quarters don't count out of age buildings. But that should bring some score to scientific It didn't. It's broken. Man, that's disappointing. Oh, wait, there's Hermitage. 2 points for Hermitage. Eiffel Tower, 2 points. Never mind. Am I dumb? I can't add. She's definitely trying to pull you to a cultural victory. It's funny because great works are science and antiquity, but they're cultural in everywhere else. So yeah, I guess so. I did want to try her out though, so. So you're saying she has she's a cultural leader that has a big natural boost to science to help all yields? As opposed to the other way around? All right, and then in terms of science victory, you want to go communism, right? Science on specialist, food on specialist, expansion of scientific attribute points. Product towards completing, yeah, production towards products is where you want to go. And here's the radio telescope project. All right, time to get some rail stations down. These give a lot of gold for adjacent districts, which is great. Another tradition slot. Bam. Ooh, science? Take out the wonder card for now. Socialism for sure. These specialists are crazy. All right, so we go flight first then. 2 policy slots this turn. Nice. We're going to start running research capacity in cities and science on specialists. I still need to get those ports online.
Workers of the world.
Have 125 population across all settlements within 10 turns. Woo! Democracy lies at the heart of any true socialism. Social democracies. What? All right, scientific attribute points, 2 of them. Wow, this is full and full. We'll buy that twice. We'll get 10% food and happiness towards maintaining specialists. 20% with fewer cities. Get centralism. Stole a ton of culture. Get another science boost. -3 from... positive 3 science from specialists. -3 gold in towns. That's pretty good. Over 1,000 gold. 1,000 science. Dude, I don't know words anymore. I think I'm getting tired, guys. I think I'm a little tired. And I'm just literally just buying settlers just to fill out, like, my settlement limit. I'd really enjoy if there was some benefit for staying under settlement limit.
I read.
Alright, there's flight. 10 science on aerodromes. Very good. Go mass production for factories next. And then straight to socialism. Alright, I should get both of those artifacts before her crazy. Sweet. Was that another ideology? Isabella's joined fascism. And allies at war. Oh boy. Declare war on Xerxes. Hang on, let me upgrade my military. Has it begun? Has it begun? You'll help finish the game quicker? Yeah, about finishing my game quick. Alright, well, we got war support. And I'm assuming that means we're gonna go to war. Alright. We need to get the transoceanic flight as well. Oh, sweet. I have my rocket launchers. Oh, I've never used these before. All right, the capital has the highest production, right? It has to. It doesn't. Crazy. I could probably shuffle these around though and make it. Oh right, rail stations are a thing. Put that over the library, I think. Where's the factory? Yeah, I'll be moving my happiness resources out now, I think. You gotta use those? I've never used them before. Where's my factory? You have a rail station. Finish the research? Yeah. Oh, it has to connect to the capital by railroad, so the capital needs to build its railroad. Right. I know what I'm doing, guys. I swear. Ooh, gift of time. Among the gifts of the new suzerainty is an antique pendant watch featuring an ivory cameo surrounded by red gems. It's exquisite, but has a question about its origins. The envoys can only shrug. I'll accept the gift and continue the story. Ooh, artifact. Oh, museum goers thrill at a new acquisition, a distinctive antique pendant watch with an ivory cameo displayed in place of honor for those to see. Outside of one's steps, clamor grows as protesters gather to demand the artifacts return to its rightful owners. Surrender the piece for influence or take... dispense the protesters for an artifact. I'm taking an artifact, dude. Let's go. For culture artifact. And then speaking of artifacts, we dig. So Saida we're going to war with, right? Yeah. All right. All right. Oh, he's got a commander over here. There's no one in there, though. Let me ask you a question about the radio station. How many have to build to get the 5 points? So all you need to do is build the one radio station, and that allows you to do the project. And the project gives you 5 points. So the answer is 1. War. Oh my god, 50 damage? Wait, how did you just run in here? Alright, what does this look like? I didn't do a lot. All right, there's a 4th promo. We'll get order with his commander now. Cool. Well, oh, sweet. Boats. You got that. Oh, Vienna's at war with us. Oh, yikes. Oops. Oh, promotion. All right, tech-wise, we got up to flight mastery. So transoceanic flight is ready. Computation, -1 specialist happiness maintenance is actually that's nice. There's innovation points pretty much all over here, but I do need a beeline rocketry to get to that 100-point system. Also, now apparently I need an army. Also, I could certainly look into aerodromes and army and flight commanders and stuff like that. Holy blizzard. Okay, ow. Where did you come from? Oh, commander, I guess. Oh, these guys should be able to gun that commander with a +1 range. Hell yeah, dude. Sick. Alright, the capital now has a factory or a rail station. This settlement has a factory. Aerodrome is definitely the direction we need to go. I want to overbuild as much as possible to keep the production down low, so the hospital and market can both be overbuilt. Okay, I need Cossacks, I think. I think you got up to Bastion to get these guys upgraded defensively. Because they look like they're about to fall. Saida's island settlement is going to fall really easily, though. Oh, pff, that was a wild misclick. Holy cow. Hey, thanks for the follow, Scorpions. Alright, cool. Yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah. I should probably do that combat strength card now, huh?
Socialism. The beauty.
5 combat strength 4 units in Tundra. Enemy units in your territory take double damage from blizzards. That's so funny. We're not fighting in Tundra, though. Where's my other commander? Up here? Hey, artifacts. Nice. Alright, there's socialism. And it's now up to nationalism. Nice. One artifact in Pangea, huh? Alright. Alright, he's fighting in here. Can you unlock democracy too? You cannot. Once you pick an ideology, you have to stick to it. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right, cool. We got that line held up. Du-du-du-du-du-dum. All right, cool. got most of the guys. Yo, hello, Maddish Moose. Hey, how's it going, friends? Welcome in. How goes the workshop for you? I'm trying to play out the rest of my game before the workshop closes. So I'm up late. Welcome in, everyone. Hey, sorry for the raid alerts aren't on. I have all my stream stuff is on basically the bare minimum so that I could try to survive. My computer has not been having a good time, and but good to see you guys. How you guys doing? How is your stream? Maddish, have you been playing the workshop? Oh, sanction is military production. That's probably a good idea. We have a bunch of influence. Yeah, 20. Oh, I can't. I'll hinder his research though. Yeah. And how about we put some war support against him too? I just love how the units flip over and die. Absolutely. Did not have enough time. Is this multiplayer? No, Gaiden, but we did play multiplayer this weekend. We had a full 8-hour long multiplayer game. I won't spoil the ending, but we played all the way to victory condition. So it was quite cool. Right now we're playing as Catherine of Russia. I wanted to play from Russia from the beginning because it's actually really interesting how different civs play when you actually start on their spawn bias. Also, whoops, blizzards. And how much better their spawns can be. This one is a little bit of an exception. Tundra here was kind of sparse, but we've been making it actually quite do. I actually get a huge amount of boost to science and culture on my wonders, as well as we also have the dedications to give you science and culture and production on our wonders as well. So my wonders are amazing. Not only that, I've been able to take the dedication that gives you innovation points whenever you build a modern age wonder. So by building wonders, we were actually advancing the science victory. We have 73 points already. And we're well on our way to a scientific victory here. We also have the top score for all of the victory conditions, so we're holding them off. And then we also just, well, our ally went to war. Wait, Shepsit, we went to war with you. Why are you not our ally? No, God damn it. Why are we in this war without you? What the fuck? Leave the game overnight so you can continue to play. Yeah, my girlfriend wants me to stop though. I probably should have just stopped. I probably should have stopped. But I wanted to finish my feedback. So here we are. And also I have an issue. This war is so dumb. Why am I in this war? God damn it. Vienna's gonna pillage and burn my cities down. Anyways, if anyone doesn't know me, I'm White and Nerdy. I'm one of many Civ creators. We have lots of Civ 6 and Civ 7 content coming, so feel free to follow. Yeah, definitely, guys. If you're a part of the workshop, make sure that you leave Civ running for a little bit longer if you want to continue to play past tomorrow after noon Eastern time. All right, I think we start running land heritage now. Actually get some yields on our mountains. Yay, my first aerodrome. So let's go for the raids because we're probably mostly attacking land units here. And let's get the trench. No, biplanes. No. Yeah, trench fighters. Land and naval units. Obviously, I need to do some products as well, but I need to get a couple of these planes out first. By couple, that means a lot, maybe? Also, can you actually... I actually have not played a lot of Modern Era. Yes, Squadron Commander first. And that can get my factories online. The stars are our destiny. Thank you. Send in your feedback and filling out your surveys. Only got one age complete and then a couple of turns in exploration. Oh, man. Yeah, there's definitely a lot I want to do. This is actually the first time I have to use the Russian rocket artillery as well. So that's neat. As well as Cossacks. We're gonna have to figure out how to push them back properly. I also need my units to heal for a couple turns because he almost pushed through here. And then, of course, I have a bunch of boats just sailing right up on him. I should probably actually have a melee unit come up this way, too. Actually get one more Cossack, and he'll run down. Naval Commander is doing great as well. You haven't experienced much of the victory condition across the 2 workshops you played. I've been finding they're very interesting. I like the ability to push your victory and like win slightly faster every turn. Like every turn matters. I definitely enjoy them much more legacy paths. We had a long conversation with the Paisley trees earlier, between opinions on victory conditions and stuff like that. She has quite a few different takes. She has things she likes and things she doesn't. Definitely valid takes for sure, though. Even if she called them hot takes. All right, we got another settlement. We're at 18 out of 18. I don't need any more, right? Please. I don't want this. I didn't actually want this war in the first place. A chef's at why? A chef's at why? All right, head out, Madish. I'll catch you later. You don't think you like dedications? I think a lot of players have been wanting dedications to be buffed. I heard that a lot. All right, let's see. Let's take this guy out. We'll defend. Vienna needs to stay far away. All right, and my settlements continue to grow. And grow. Now, dang the Cossack. Oh, I think the volcano went off again. Gosh dang it. Why? Why are you the way that you are? Bam, bam. Ba-blam. Alright, I think it's about time I start specializing my distant land towns. I think they're doing just fine. They don't need to continue to grow. They actually have a very hard time growing past 14 pop. So, honestly, I actually do need some factory towns. Because I would love to buy and start getting my factory resources slotted in. Need more attribute points or ways to earn them? Yeah, they just removed that. The idea was because attribute points, you had too many. You drop your allies in modern. Yeah, I've been an ally to like a majority of this game. They've been trying to make the game harder by reducing the amount of attribute points, reducing the amount of happiness available, reducing like a lot of different things. So it's been interesting the back and forth there for players. All right, Fishing Key and Harbor. Got the factory online. All right, we got our squadron commander. This will actually be able to be rebased. Nice. Capital start with 0 happiness in modern. Yeah, happiness on age transition is still pretty rough. No, what's funny? You can get up to negative 80% yield from happiness. When you're playing as Mughal, you have an additional 25% unhappiness. Meaning I literally had negative yield multiple times, negative production, because I had negative 105% yield multiple times in our multiplayer game, which quite funny. All right, well, she's back. And she's gone. You want to ask him Trollo Britain to avoid the penalty? Nice. Oh, I can't be dealing with any happiness problems. I definitely need to start running the production for projects card, though. And start doing some of these projects soon. Start rebasing our planes. Woo! Yo! The artillery have extra range. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, that makes them great. I have 5 artifacts. The inner fire. All right, culture-wise, we got nationalism. Let's go militarism. See if we can get up here. Alright, Saeed, I don't need to be at war with you. I don't want to be at war with you. Last question before you go. Do you actually think they will do one more workshop before they launch? I think they need it. I think the goal was for them to do 3 workshops. This is the 3rd workshop. The first workshop was very, very private. This is definitely by far the most complete workshop. I wouldn't be opposed to them doing one more round. I think there's some last things that I personally would like to talk about. It's definitely, I was just really happy when they added the 3rd syndicratic option to just affirm your own civ. That was like my biggest personal thing that I was asking them. I wanted them to add. She's rejecting me. Dude, she hates me because we're a different ideology. Yikes. Why does she have to hate me now? This is so lame. We've liked me all game. But yeah, it's I can hear, especially if you've been only in 2 workshops now and you haven't gotten to play much. Definitely wanting more. You never took the ideology either? Nice. Alright, we're taking down Parsa. We got 2,000 gold right now. So, what's the My next major priority. Probably just buying a factory next turn, actually. Hey, we can start the bombing runs. You wouldn't be opposed to a 4th workshop if they were going to be able to put changes into the live build ad for it. Otherwise, no, just get the live build out. Is the workshop still going on? The workshop, they took their key channel out on the Discord. Did they? The workshop ends tomorrow. Tomorrow at noon. Hence why I'm still playing super late. Hence why I'm still playing. Alright, cultural point. We get cultural honor specialist as well. Now, I could start just spamming wonders as well. 20% or 20 relationship with every leader is actually a big deal. Let me buy that factory. Hello? Oh, that's this other settlement. Yeah, this settlement's here just to spam wonders. All right, so this settlement now has a factory, correct? It does. So I'm going to take everything out of it, and I want to run the T to boost our science. Oh, coffee's a big deal, too. 10% production towards buildings. Let's just get the T in first. There we are. T. Huge boost to our science per turn. Yeah, that was like 200 science per turn. All right, we'll get some Cossacks in. Get our rockets. Do. Hey, Saida, you want peace? No? Alright, I'll make you regret that. Alright, taking settlements. Got a couple ship upgrades as well. Oh, yikes. Alright, this is going to be a factory town, so that I can go in here and buy a rail station for cheap. And then come in here and buy a factory as well. That way I can come in here. Saratova. Sort by... Oh, Saratova here. And then I can plug in the coffee. 10% production towards building buildings in my empire. Doom. All right, cool. So there's my trench fighters. Get a factory in the capital too. He's got some artillery here. Sweet, we got a little bit more pillaging. You can finally start pushing through here too. Ooh, 10% production towards wonders. Sick. Farmer's market. Bunch more gold here. Another science boost as well. Got another promotion. Carpet bomb or ground attack. Ground attack. There. Sick. I don't see any of his units, too. What the heck happened? Don't sleep on the air, don't sleep on the airlift tree there. Second promo is 25 healing every turn. That's really good, actually. That's incredibly good. So my unique Cossack, what do they even do? 4 combat strength in friendly territory. Oh, okay, so they're actually not offensive units at all. That's hilarious. Eee, planes. That's adorable. Lots of pillaging. All right, cool. I think it's about time. Oh, these guys can't specialize because they don't send food back to the original. Oh no, they're on the same continent. They can send food back. Okay. So if I set this to... Honestly, resort towns might actually do it. Oh no, factory towns? I don't know, man. I don't know how to play Civ. Oh, I hate that this can't focus fire here. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, now Hatshepsut hates me too. Great. Steal culture from her? Wow, he wants peace, but that's silly. I'll steal whatever I want from her, because she backstabbed us, basically. Alright, transoceanic flight time. That's 73 points. Oh, we have a factory in the capital. That's what that was. Let me run... Oh, there's another science actually to run. There we go. I don't know where he went. He's not even trying to defend right now. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Don't be sticky, please. Stop it. Sticky key, sticky bug. Click, click. There. 1,500. You can sort by available resource slots, though. This is actually really nice. And be able to plug these in. Alright, I still got my planes over here. And they'll shoot this guy. New promotion time. Heals a lane unit and all adjacent lane units. Ooh, crazy. I can upgrade the Cossacks. Technically, I wanted to go down here first. I actually made it to this artifact. Crazy. 1,500 science return is quite a lot.
Those who teach this ocean of wisdom.
Nice. We got another wonder. 75. Sk. Oh, come on, please. Click, click, click. I hate that right click is closed menu. There. Hilarious. If you buy a building in the south of Kazan, I think you can build around the mountain. Port was needed. Okay. I don't know why my focus fire isn't working with any of my units right now. Dig. All right, cool. What else we got going on here? Oh, Isabella's GDP is actually climbing.
If I cannot
Trench work. 30 combat strength for fortified units and districts. Material. 10 healing for units. 1 movement for armies and fleets. That's actually really nice. All right, we're at 80 points finally. Squadron commander. I built another squadron commander? Oh, I did a project. That's what. Rebase. Where can you rebase to? Unoccupied tiles, huh? The rocket artillery is so cool, man. I legit have no idea where any of these units are. Oh, there's one. Fix a step pyramid. I need, I don't know what I need. Did no damage. Ooh, a thunderstorm. All right, we got all the way up to. Oh shoot, we're all the way up to rocketry. All right, let's go aerodynamics. We got a couple products to do. The launch pad. Launch pad is finally available, and I can overbuild some old gold buildings to do this faster too. Well, we're fighting through. Oh, there's artillery behind me? All right, what else can we do here? We got... I'll just grab a couple more ports just so I can plug in the rest of my resources. Honestly, another merchant or two, too. Oh, there. He's finally invading with some units. Built a Dago Onsen. 87 scientific victory points. A hundred's a lot of points, man. All right, so what's the... Building the launch pad here. $200 production in St. Petersburg. All right, how do I deal with the units back here? Can't quite get that far. Okay, Cossack, we keep moving forward. Yikes. Buy more battleships? Still a... It's still a... struggling. Hey, look, I took a city. Nice. Oh my god, the 4 range, it's wild. Now, I gotta make sure I don't go unhappy by taking cities. Oh, 78 happiness? Never mind. We're fine, dude. We're cruising.
The world. All
Alright, this guy needs to pack up. Put a new guy down. The rocket launchers are so much fun, dude. Alright, now we just pick up innovation points. Try to speed this up. 92 points. Of course, the last rocket project is... Oh, it's only 5. Let me buy out the rest of this aerodrome. There we go. Squadron commander can rebase. And then we can do the break the sound barrier in 2 turns here. Also buy some heavy bombers down here. Obviously this is a lot. Obviously this has been a lot. It's making this game way longer, but I do like playing. I like playing with the fun units. Substantial victory, 1.5x. Deshualization mastery. Alright, here it is. Oh, here's the problem. Look, launch satellite, 5 innovation points, reveals the whole map. You can actually do the crewed space flight preparation before you even launch satellite, which is worth 15 innovation points instead of 5. Which means you can also win before you even launch the Earth satellite. Technically, we're at 94. We only need a couple. Oh, look, I'm winning military victory. No! Shoot. I didn't want to win military victory. Right. I had too many points. How is this a military victory? They shouldn't be anywhere close to a Look at the map. I fought one person. One guy. Do the crewed space flights so you can win science. I'm technically getting 5 points at break the sound barrier, and I'm getting 5 points at this. So I'm gonna hit 100 points, but the problem is after 100 points, you have to wait the 10-turn countdown. You demand a science victory? I can piece them out, give them all the cities back. Make peace with Saida? Yeah, honestly. Hey, you want your city back?
أنا فرحانة نشوف فين كاين ولائك.
I'm keeping that one. Boom. I'm still 6 points over. I just wanted to prove that I could fight him. We're way over. So take it back. Oh, man. All right. All right, buddy. You want peace? Actually, I kind of really... No, it's fine. All right. We're going to propose peace. Hey, you want your cities back, dude? The gates are closed at this time. That is fine. Wait, hello? Oh, I was asking for his cities. Hang on. Let me give you your cities back. It's crazy how... Oh, man. Like, in any other Civ game, if you looked at this map and you said, hey, I want a military, like a military victory, you'd be like, are you crazy? There's nothing happening here. You don't think instant science victory is actually viable? It is quite a lot. I need to give him all of his cities back, but oh well. Oh, you didn't even reject my open borders. Start the countdown, there's no turning back. I went back. I want to see the science victory. Why did shooting stop? Alright, cool. So we're at 101 points. We started the science victory countdown. You notice the science victory is even 10 turns too, while the other ones are 5. I've flagged that before. I don't know why it is that way. Look, we haven't even launched a satellite. Yeah, we haven't launched a satellite yet, and we're actually winning. 100 points. I don't need to launch a satellite to win. You can actually finish... You can actually win a science victory without launching the Earth satellite or any space flights, but you do need to have an active spaceport the whole time. Keep your launch pad safe until it completes its 10 turns of win for a science victory. How do you guys feel about that? Because one element of mine is like, oh, it's cool you can win a science victory in a different way. And the other one was like, but I didn't actually go to space yet. What? Science victory is so dumb. Well, I'm in peace deals for the next 10 turns, so that's a plus. Oh, thanks, man. My guys are stuck. How did I get a boat out here? Oh, it kicked this way. I'm gonna jug all the hoops that needed to unlock science victory that needed to wait an additional 5 turns. Hey, we revealed the whole map. You celebrate. Oh, there it goes. I guess the narrative event or the little cinematic is disabled at the moment. Unfortunately. But this is what I mean about my production. Look, I have a quarter here. That's the barracks blacksmith. I have another quarter next to it that is the dungeon and the armorer, and then one next to that, which is the military academy and the factory. Like, I have all of the production buildings throughout the entire game, which is providing me an additional, what, 23, 14, 17, 21, 44 production? That's substantial, dude. And yeah, so if you don't complete it at 100 points, this is the point where you start spamming crude spaceflight preparation just to finish out the game. And then the science victory becomes a 10 turns of holding off everyone from pillaging your spaceport. Which, of course, someone could just use espionage to pillage your spaceport that way. Which you can only do to one person at a time? Oh, boy. You need to see the astronauts land at Alpha Centauri. Beep, beep. Why does Isabella hate me? We were allies too. Ideologies, oh my god. You know what? Screw everyone else. Is Isabella gonna go to war with me? I wonder. Bring my boats home. So yeah, this is probably the weakest part of the science victory, though. Science victory in 4 turns, 8 turns. Oh. That's funny. Not only is the science victory the only victory locked until modern, it's even longer to achieve once unlocked. So the thing is, all victories usually take 10 turns. Cultural, economic, and military, all of them took 10 turns originally, and then in Workshop 1. And what everyone said was like, dude, if you have the game where every single turn matters, where you could advance your victory condition, that feels amazing. And then you make us wait 10 turns, and then it turns into like the same... It made every victory condition go from every turn mattered to shift enter for 10 turns. They reduced it to 10, or they reduced it to 5 turns, but that's not That's not enough. At the very least, the turn counter at the end, even if it's fun in multiplayer, it's got to be disabled for single player. Because holy cow, I'm just sitting here for 10 turns now, on online speed too. It doesn't scale for online speed either. So like, you know, sabotage spaceports, that only takes 5 turns on online speed. So there's definitely something that needs to change here. Doesn't seem like it's lasting 10 turns. Well, I am
We feel
I'm clicking through fast now. $121 points. Oh, I'm running land heritage. Cool. Sign should be instantaneous and without a warning, even if it wouldn't be bounced. Honestly, man. The thing, okay, so the victory countdown makes sense for the victory by dominance. If like a threshold drops, and then it's like all of a sudden they're winning when they weren't winning before. Science victory. They're going for like the whole Civ 6 victory countdown. But in Civ 6 you could actually speed up the timer. Like there was something you could do to make it go faster. Like you could make it take like 3 turns in the proper online speed setup. But you literally can't do anything to speed up a manual timer. So yeah, I don't know. You played Civ 4 for decades, and the Space Victory had a built-in turn counter at the end too. Nothing new there. Yeah, so like this for Science Victory, this somewhat feels natural. The problem is you can't speed it up. Means in multiplayer, your opponent just stagger their launch pad sabotage, and you literally can never win. I think a lot of things in Civ 7 need to be scaled for the actual game speed. Mementos don't scale for game speed. This victory countdown doesn't scale for game speed. Neither does the era countdown. It's still 10 turns at the end of the era, the end of the age for transitions. That should be 5 turns for sure. At the very least, this needs to at least be optional. There's so many optional game modes, and I don't like... Oh, look, 1.25 is all you need now. You know what that means? I'm winning again. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait, what the heck? Ah, Armor Mastery is the tier 3 siege now. Yeah, I don't know. Can you shift out there? I mean, yeah. 80% of the age, 56 of the era. The question is, hey, look, 500 GDP. Does future era actually advance the age anymore? Oh, it does advance the age progression. Oh, that's crazy. So you can actually still hit score victory if you hit 100% age progression. Science boost. Yo, great banker. So what we got here? New time? Everyone hates me. Absolutely everyone hates me. From Wonder, plus 20. Yeah, oppose ideologies. That's so funny, man. Hey, Simone. You're the one that built Petra. Aww. Yep. And the world is back at war.
It is not from the benevolent.
Science victory! Yay! I think they're still working on the capstone, like the actual final cinematics for victory conditions. I'm pretty sure this is this placeholder. You still got to bring back the rocket ship and have fun with that. Yeah, I like how. I'm trying to think.
Catherine united beauty and power. Sit at the heart of
There's a lot I like in this science victory and the multi-stage, the something to always win in each products to do in each age, but there's something missing on this. I don't know. What do you guys think? You guys got... Oh, I'm gonna have to turn that off. Yeah, I don't know. In other Civ 6 games, you could, or other Civ games, you could speed up the turn counter at the end of the game. The idea is supposed to be like there's the last ditched effort to declare war and to stop someone from winning. In a science victory, that means stopping his spaceport. In culture victory, that means reducing someone's tourism, usually by force. Economic victory, you need to reduce their GDP or increase your own. And military course is stealing cities. So they want to have the option for you to go and stop the victory. But when you're the one that's winning and the AI are not doing anything, then it feels completely pointless. So I don't know. There's a lot good in this new build and a lot to fix. Either slow down all the victories other than science or speed it up. I need more pieces to produce the spaceship. True. Yeah, I don't know. Multiplayer things felt pretty good. Cultural victory or tourism was a little bit too easy, too strong. So many modifiers on wonders and things like that. Science victory is very. I see it when every victory condition is a victory by dominance. I'm confused as to why science victory has to be the capstone project when there's also a score victory. But at the same time, I want science victory to feel like a capstone project. So I don't know. Well, anyways, I'm gonna ruminate on this for a little bit, guys. I'm gonna think about it. I have a lot of feedback to write up in the Discord. If you guys have been working on the workshop, make sure you add your feedback as well. And yeah, I don't know. There's something missing. But anyways, I'll catch you guys all later. This is way too late for me. I got a busy day at work tomorrow. And I'll catch you guys all later. Bye. Bye.